Hello, everyone. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, wherever you are in the world. I hope your day is well. It is currently 4:48 p.m. Thursday, August 7th, 2025. So, like I said, I was going to continue the Cry of Fear stream. I have figured out I think I figured out the what's it called? I'm trying to think of it. Oh, man, the word's not coming to me right now. I figured out the technical issues that we had last time where the game was running like shit and it kept crashing. I figured it out. The game was using my integrated graphics card and not my actual gaming one. So I don't know what that was about. But yeah, that was finally solved. Number two, I'm gonna be real with you guys. I was not having fun on the difficulty because I just don't like how all it really does is just make the enemies beyond spongy. So before the stream, I decided to play up into where I left off from last stream on medium, and just and correct some mistakes and all that I've done. But I did not get any further. We're right back on Saxon Avenue, like it was originally supposed to be. But anyway, just making sure everything is all set. But yeah, we will just go ahead and get this started. So, the music's stopping. Okay. Okay, we got the game booting up now, y'all. But yeah, Cry of Fear, man, what a great game. What a great game for what it is. Playing it for the first time in years, I am starting to see some of the flaws in it, in its jankiness, like just with it being the engine that it's in. There's problems with melee hit detection. There's just huge problems with hit detection in general, more than I remember, honestly. But I would say, like, Cry of Fear, as a product, as a game, does not really hold a candle to a lot of titles that, you have to pay for. It doesn't really hold the candle to games like Dead Space 2008, Silent Hill 2 and 3, or classic Resident Evil stuff, obviously. But for a game that is completely free, you are not going to do better. You're not going to get better than this. Need to figure out why the screen's like that. Give me a second. Makes no fucking sense. Let's try that again. Okay. Anyway. So let me just, there we go. Okay. But there's nothing else to do than to just get right into it. I'm sure some of y'all were probably here when like I was doing a lot of troubleshooting on it the first time around. If not, there's always my first stream to go through. But either way, welcome, and I hope we can all have fun here. So, I've already played this game before many times. I know all of its scares. I know all of its and all that stuff. So if you're looking for like an authentic scared reaction, all that stuff, you're not going to get it from me because I played this game so much. Really, this is an excuse to talk about the game, do a deep dive on it and all that stuff, and just talk about theories, plot points, character development, and also just talk about the technicalities behind the game itself. But yeah, we're going to continue off from Saxon Avenue here. Let's see. Is it better than... I'm gonna be real with you, man. A lot of things are better than Doom 3. Like... Oh, okay, he just blew his brains out for nothing. But yeah, I'm gonna be real. A lot of things are better than Doom 3. Doom 3's not a bad game. It's just... But I don't think it's particularly good. I don't know what happened there. That was just really random. I never liked these enemies just because they're just hit scan as shit, and you're supposed to aim for the head, and that would be fine if it wasn't for the fact that that'd be fine if it wasn't for the fact that headshot hitboxes are incredibly janky. Headshot hitboxes are incredibly fucking janky in this game, so trying to like make these accurate shots is nothing short of a headache. Alright guys. Are we ready? Are we ready? Whoa! That's weird. Alright, you... Okay. Okay. Alright, cool. Cool. We're in the clear. Feeling this is so weird. I remember how much, how anxiety-inducing that was on my first time around. I really wish I had footage of my entire first playthrough, as shitty as it would have looked, because, you know, the whole thing was, like, basically at 20 FPS, you know? But I do remember just how anxiety-inducing it was, especially when he cut down the door for the very first time, you know? Playing against, like, Saw Runner is, like, even now, even though, like, I know ways around him now from playing the game for so long, it still is anxiety-inducing to some aspects, as he should be, honestly. Saw Runner is a perfect is a perfect, like, just a perfect anxiety-inducing antagonist to have in a horror game like this, you know? I remember in the director's commentary around here, the view that you have around here, like, this is so beautiful. And I remember, I think Ronberg said that, yeah, this is a view that this is a real life picture that he took around his city to, you know, put as a skybox texture, a skyline texture here. And yeah, it surely pays off, dude. Surely paid off like crazy. So this is a part I don't like, just because of the... okay, so this is where you can find a pistol here that I question its use for. And as you can see, I'm already quite full on ammo. Like, at least the M16 has... Oh, shit, I forgot about that. Oh, shit. Ow. Ow. It's so annoying. But yeah, source engine platforming. Who likes it, man? I don't remember if there's a hoodie or anything like that around here. We're not going to try to go for every unlockable. Now, yeah, the BP-70 is like a fun weapon to use, but as I said, Cry of Fear has an issue of giving you all these weapons and nothing to really use with it. Like, I just got the 5 rifle rounds right now, and to be honest with you, I don't like, I dropped the rifle a long time ago. Sick! Alright, awesome, awesome. Look at that, guys. We did the skip. Because I refuse to do all the platforming around there. But also, how's your day going, Coden? Hope it's going well. So, now the VP-70 is a good. I love. Yeah, that's my one. In my opinion, that's a weapon that its sheer icon status is something I can't understate. In terms of like, you know, Resident Evil 2. I remember more in original Resident Evil 2 than remake. I know it's in remake, but I don't know. I think remake is a better. Remake is a, like, the thing with Resident Evil Remake for me, guys, is that I want to love it. I want to love Resident Evil Remake, but I don't. It's a great game. It's a better game than the original, but it does not tell a better story. So that's why I can't bring myself to love it. That's really the only reason why. Okay. So, I remember, so, for you guys that don't know, and maybe some of you know, maybe some of you don't, I don't know, but, the artist who, what scares me more, the platforming, undoubtedly, because this engine is not made to have platforming, but yet Valve and modders alike insist on putting platforming in this shit-ass engine. But anyway. So, if you guys know the artist who made my PNG tuber here that you see right now, who's doing the Simon cosplay, his name is Dandy Andy, and I've known him for many years before he started putting his art out there. You know, he's one of my best friends and all that stuff, and it's helped me a lot, like, you know, brandishing this channel and all that stuff. But I'll never forget playing through this section of the game with him, because this terrified him. He wasn't even playing, He wasn't even playing. He was just watching. He was getting scared out of his fucking mind. Because to him, we got the Freedom Monster City. Because to him, there's something very eerie. There's something very scary, very just uncomfortable about being in a school at nighttime. And like this. Like even just like this with the lights on and all that stuff. There's no one around. You just hear stuff running. There's no one here but you. RE4 Remake is really good. I heard it's really good, but I really want to play it, but my PC cannot handle it. And like, so I bought it. I wanted to play through it in its entirety. I wanted to love it, but my PC couldn't handle it, so I had to refund the game. I need to get a better PC, as I said a million times, you know, so I can really like. Because there's a lot of games I really want to play and stream to y'all that I've not played before, that are horror games, that I really want to experience for the first time, but my shit is just not strong enough. My setup is not strong enough, and everything that I could play, I have already. Everything that I could play and stream that would be good, I've already played before, and it would just be me rambling, essentially. Not that I don't have anything wrong with that. I need the screwdriver, right? But, like, I would really love to be able to play Dead Space Remake. I would love to play RE4 Remake. I would love to play the new Resident Evil that's coming out. I would love to play the Silent Hill 2 Remake. As a huge fan of the original, I would love to play the Silent Hill 2 Remake. I would love to play, man, what else am I missing out on? What other horror games am I missing out on, you know? Like ones that are, like, newer, you know? Because I feel like I'm missing out on some that I know about, but I'm just not thinking of right now. This is gonna be tough. Okay, so I need to figure out. I forgot that happens when you try to leave. It will just put you back in the room. It's a bug that happens sometimes. Is this the room I was just in, actually? Yeah, I'm an idiot. Okay. God damn it. It's crazy. That still happens after, like, 10 years. Making sure. Either way. So let's see. So we are going to drop the shotgun right here. It's really crazy because there's something about Cry of Fear that its inventory feels more limiting than in other games like classic Resident Evil. It's crazy because I feel like Chris in Resident Evil 1 only has 6 slots, but there's just something about this game that feels even more limiting. There's just something about it that feels even more limiting in this game, and I think it might be the fact that Chris and Jill have the extra slot of like shit that that they just have on them at all times, you know? Because there's just something about Cry of Fear's... I think it's also just because Cry of Fear throws a lot more items at you at once than like something like Resident Evil, for sure. It almost makes you wish that there was a just special inventory slot, like a key ring or something like that, because the amount of times I have to drop shit just to like pick up like just a key item, a screw or something like that, is insane, you know? But yeah, this part, when I played this through with Dandy Andy so many years ago, he could not hold it together throughout this whole bit at all. This part of the game was way too scary for him. Where did my shotgun go? Oh, hell no, bro. Oh, that's right. Just something about being in an area like this. Fuck. At nighttime. In the dark. This is what I'm talking about, bruh. I gotta come back for this. That's unfortunate, man. That's really so, man. I had 20 shells. I had 20 shells like on reserve. Fuck, dude. God damn, dude. I had so much shotgun ammo. But then again, I don't know. We aren't too far from the subway. So, who knows? Like, we haven't returned to the apartments yet, though. Now I gotta use the key here and then go back. Oh, shit. Hello. I didn't expect you to be there. Okay, now we go back for the rifle. I never ever used the rifle, the M16, for like I never use it in single fire. I mean, I never use it in burst. I don't see the point. It's too unstable. Best song in the game. Too bad we couldn't hear the whole thing. I think it's when we have to come back here to get the fuses again that that we get some giants here and all that shit. Okay. I'm in Saxon Avenue now. I live in Kirkville, so I need to head there somehow. Okay. So this is where This is, in my opinion, kind of like the low point of the game. Or we're getting to the low point of the game. It's actually same shit. I don't remember that sound effect. I'm waiting for a particular enemy. Oh, there you are. You know what? Okay. There's one part of the subway station that always has me on edge. I forgot how to unlock that door. Am I missing something? Oh wait, it's right. Double check, make sure I'm not missing anything. Say, remember AIDS? That's crazy. Oh. That's it. Okay. This is where the phone goes dead. Yep. Oh shit! No noise. Usually there's like some kind. Usually like some kind of noise beforehand. Nah, I wanna save this subway part. Oh shit. So this is dead ass one of the scariest parts in the whole fucking game that we're about to get into. This part always scared the shit out of me so much. Even now, I'm gonna be really even now, it's still a little unsettling. I'm not gonna lie, I'm getting a little anxiety just being in the subway tunnel too. Because I don't know, that's one of my greatest fears in life is falling on subway tracks or being in a tunnel like this. I'm just kind of like wary of the dark, period, you know? Ah, shit. I don't unlock secret items. I don't remember that one. and that noise in the back. That noise that's happening in the background, too, it makes you think like something is coming after you. Is so chilling, man. Poor baby.
Hello, kitty.
Okay, this is actually like I'm gonna be so for real, guys. This is like the scariest part in the whole game. I fucking hate this part. I hate that so much, dude. That gives me so much anxiety. Even then I know that like how to easily outrun it, just that the sound gets my heart pumping, dude. Okay. I forgot about that. The hell did you even crawl all the way up here? I don't remember which way to go. on a second. Chat, I need to send a message or something. Alright, sorry about that. So, if I were to kind of like take a guess, on what this means, right? On what this whole interaction here means, I don't want that. Okay. Is that I like to think that this part in Simon's book is him like I think that maybe he found out like about, because I'm trying to understand like this whole thing of he sees the doctor shoot somebody who it doesn't look like he was one of those things, so like he thinks that it was a normal person, but yet he sees that the doctor leaves him supplies as if he wants to help him. So that leads me to wonder, what does this mean for Simon in the real world? You know, why did he write, you know, Purnell to be like this? Did he find out about Purnell, like Purnell probably having a patient that whatever treatment that Purnell was trying to work on the other patient, like before Simon or whatever, didn't work out, and like it just actually ended up going really south. It ended up going real south for that previous patient, and he's learning out about it, so he's causing distrust. So it causes a bit of distrust in Simon. It's all like I don't know, you couldn't help this guy out. What makes you think, you know, like, I don't think you can help me out. This could be a ton of reasons for why, like, you know, Simon has written Purnell to be like this. But yeah, we're getting to the low point now of the game, in my opinion. That's not the beginning. The apartments in the beginning of the game are a real low point, for sure. But with this backtracking that we're about to go through, is pretty bad as well. It's pretty egregious. This like really feels like padding, you know. This really feels like Rumpel trying to pad the game out for longer than it needs to be. I'm trying to remember where's Ronald Street at. Because yeah, now we need to Am I an idiot? Oh. So yeah, this is what we'll be needing the thing for. I need to find out where Ronald Street is. know, hot takes about the story, gameplay, majority. I mean, I don't know about I don't think it's a hot take to say that the melee combat's bad. For example, like the melee combat's pretty bad. The hit registration in this game is very fucking faulty and fucked up. So it's not really a controversial opinion to say that that sucks. I feel like I also don't think it's a controversial. Like, I don't think it's controversial to also say that this section I'm going through right now should have been cut from the game entirely, because this is a bad excuse to, you know, increase the time. Oh, hello. Okay, I don't remember that. I didn't remember that. Like, a lot of the bad things I could say about this game are all things that I think everybody would agree with. This section is just a bad way to this is just clearly... This jump never makes any fucking sense, dude. There we go. There is... So this is one of the best parts in the game right here. For a reason I will get in that we will see shortly. Oh, that's not the way I want to go. Here we are. Okay, guys. You ready for the best item in the game? In my opinion... Okay, I also don't think it's a controversial thing to say that the Glock tac light should have came way sooner. I don't know. There's something I feel about the flashlight usage in this game that doesn't really jive with me. And that is, I feel like the phone flashlight is good to have. I feel like the tac light for the Glock should have come way earlier, but be missable, if you will, because you don't have the Glock flashlight for long enough. It is hands down the best item in the game. Being able to do this here and be able to see... Holy shit. Ow. Ow, dude. And that's the other thing too, is that I would say I kind of wish that the shit you keep in your pockets... Where the fuck is Ronald Street? That's what I want to know. I feel like that, like, God, bro. I don't know. There's a lot of things that, like, playing this game now that I realize I don't care for. This game has a problem with giving you weapons and, like, key items. And just, like, not really being able to, like, utilize them. Okay, I don't need to go that far back. Okay. So, of giving you weapons, key items, and all that stuff. Specifically weapons. You get ammo for it for a time. I don't like that this game gives you weapons. Like new weapons. You get ammo for it for like 10 minutes. And then just never again, you know? Like, the game, like, if you're new, you're gonna think that there's gonna be, like, an eventual part where, like, that there's going to come a point where you're gonna, like, get shotgun ammo again. Or sniper rifle again. Sniper rifle ammo again, all that stuff. In my opinion, all this game should have had is the shotgun and the Glock. The shotgun and the Glock, I think, is all this game ever needed. Because this game has too many weapons for its own good, and you don't get to hold on to them. Ever. You don't get to hold on to any of them. And the game having this many weapons would be good if it was like, like, I don't know. If this game had like if this game was like Silent Hill, where you just had infinite inventory, or if it was like Resident Evil, where you have item chests to go to, you know? I feel like I'm going the complete wrong way. I'm just doing a big-ass circle. I'm probably going to end up back on Oh, wait, no, wait. This is how you end up back on Saxon Avenue. Now I remember. Like, I'm probably never going to find ammo for the M16 ever again. At this point. Let's see. I do kind of agree with Pyro's take in that there should have been like a key ring item or something like that for like key progressing items should have had their own slot, because the amount of times that this game makes you just consistently drop shit and come back, drop shit and then go use it, then to come back to pick it up. Like, that was the problem with a game like, for example, a game like Resident Evil 0. That was a problem. I hated that so much. That was a real shit. That game. The lack of an item box in Resident Evil 0 is what made that game dog shit, in my opinion. Because the amount of times you gotta drop shit and then go all the way back. I feel like an idiot. I feel like I'm missing something. But the amount of times in Resident Evil 0 you gotta drop shit, go all the way to, like, you know, one side of the map, use item, and then walk all the way back is fucking ridiculous. Because there's no item boxes in that game. Like, you can have tension. You can have tension, and you can have, like, you know, have tension in a survival horror game even with infinite inventory. Like, Silent Hill, in my opinion, pulled that off perfectly. Silent Hill, like, shows that you don't need limited inventory space to create tension. I feel like I'm missing something here. Wait. Oh. Alright. Okay. Like, look at all this VP70 ammo I'm getting. Like, if only I fucking picked that gun up, bro. I see you, motherfucker. I don't mind limited inventory too, like, that much. As I said, I grew up on Resident Evil and all that stuff, so limited inventory in those games were fine. It's just how limited inventory... It's really more so how the game handled giving you items is what separates it from this. This game loves to throw a bunch of items at you at once, whereas Resident Evil loves to typically... Classic Resident Evil typically prefers to give you items, and this time in between you like getting specific items is pretty far in between. So there's actually a good chance that you probably will have a space opened up, you know, come by the time you get that item. In this one, it likes to throw a bunch of items at you all at once, and now you have to you're constantly playing this song and dance of like constantly playing this song and dance of like you're just playing this item juggling game in one spot for like 5 minutes, you know, trying to figure out what's worth taking and what's not, and then you have to walk back anyway. Like, the remake did look promising on how it was handling inventory. Like, it looked pretty different. I will say that the only thing that the remake I didn't like as much for, it was the fact that ammo was a lot more streamlined, and like when it came to reloading and all that shit, that was that I didn't agree with. That was one change I didn't agree with. You know, like, it wasn't based on a mag system, you know, like it is here. At least it wasn't, you know. I remember my first time going through this. I did not have... Oh, I'm gonna be real, that's a bad enemy right there. That's a poorly designed enemy as well. Because if you're ever... If there's one thing about this game I will say, if there's one thing I will say, it's is that this game can be way too punishing if you're low on health, and if you're not doing so hot, the way that this game can be punishing is just not fun to deal with. In that there are a ton of spots where if you're low on health and lack a syringe, you're just dead. Like you're just dead. Like stuff like, you know, the stuff like the bookhead enemy that I just had to deal with right there, right? You gonna burst through the door? No. So stuff like the bookhead enemy I just had to kill right there, or the dudes wearing the bags over their heads, you know, shooting at you. Those are bad enemies. Those are bad enemies by design. Ow. Because the reason why they're not good designs is because they're hit scan. I think hit scan enemies in general. I think hit scan in general is just not good. It just does not make good gameplay. It does not make good gameplay. Hit scan enemies do not make good gameplay at all. Hit scan gun combat does not make good gameplay either. So, really, the problem with it is just that you'll have sections like, you know, like on Saxon Avenue. On Saxon Avenue with the guys shooting at you. On Saxon Avenue with the guy shooting at you, that's what I'm looking for. If you're low on health and you don't have any syringes, that part of the game is unwinnable. You have to, and this is why I encourage having multiple save slots like this. You know? Whoops. But that's why I encourage having multiple. That's why I encourage having multiple save slots like that. So that way you're able to go back and correct any mistakes that you have, you know? So. I encourage that. So that way, yeah, you're able to rectify any mistakes you have. Because if you only use one save slot, you are going to get yourself soft locked. But in my opinion, no game should have circumstances where you just get soft locked like that. I think had the bullets be projectile based, then it would be possible to get through a section like that without getting hit. Or if the book enemy, so that's why I think all enemies should either have projectiles with travel time or be melee only. That's all they should have been in this game. But the hit scan enemies like the book, like the bookman and the dudes with guns on Saxon Avenue, and there's probably a couple others too, but that are not coming to mind. But either way, those are not good designs. And when you're in parts of the game where you're low on health, you don't have any ammo. I mean, you don't have any. You're low on health, you don't have any syringes and all that shit. And those are the only enemies you have to get by. You just can't win the game. It's impossible to get through. Even on like an easier difficulty, you cannot get through because hit scan. If they're in your line of sight, if you're in their line of sight and they fire, they're gonna hit you. That's it. That's what hit scan is. There's no dodging them at all.
He always goes back to the same place day after day, just watching it like it was yesterday. Despite the fact that it causes him tremendous anxiety, he insists on returning. He insists it's for therapeutic reasons, but I remain skeptical. He doesn't respond well to questions about his personal life, and became extremely angry when I mentioned events prior to what he insists on describing as Black Day. His school and home life are no-go topics when discussing these feelings and anxieties. He told me the other day that he'd been seeing hallucinations, but he couldn't give a clear description of what he'd been seeing. Naturally, I didn't take him seriously. I saw no evidence to suggest this was the case, but upped his prescription anyway. He claims the extra medication helps.
Fuck. Maybe I should have taken this on my fucking D keys. There we go.
He always goes back to the same place day after day, just watching it like it was yesterday. Despite the fact that it causes him tremendous anxiety, he insists on returning. He insists it's for therapeutic reasons, but I remain skeptical. He doesn't respond well to questions about his personal life, and became extremely angry when I mentioned events prior to what he insists on describing as Black Day. His school and home life are no-go topics when discussing these feelings and anxieties. He told me the other day that he'd been seeing hallucinations, but couldn't give a clear description of what he'd been seeing. Naturally, I didn't take him seriously. I saw no evidence to suggest this was the case, but upped his prescription anyway. He claims the extra medication helps.
Okay. I did not want to do that, but fuck it. Chill the fuck out, bro. That's another thing too, man. Like this game, like the Source engine in general, especially, does not like it when you fight enemies who are at a lower height than you, or at a lower level. It does not. They hit registration on every Gold Source and Source engine game is incredibly buggy if they're at a higher or especially mainly a lower level than you, on height wise. It's fucking annoying, bro. Oops. Oh, well.
He always goes back to the same place day after day, just watching it like it was yesterday. Despite the fact that it causes anxiety.
Like you'll see it the most, especially in a game like Left 4 Dead. You ever tried to shove a zombie who's like you're on a table, like you're on a table and you try to shove a zombie who's like on the ground level, and then it just doesn't go through, and that's because you're at a fucking higher height than him. You hear the sounds of like the shove like being successful, quote unquote, but it doesn't work.
His school and home life were no-go topics when discussing these feelings and anxieties. He told me the other day that he'd been seeing hallucinations, but couldn't give a clear description of what he'd been seeing. Naturally, I didn't take him seriously. I saw no evidence to suggest this was the case, but upped his prescription anyway. He claims the extra medication helps.
Thing is, bro, I don't want to use all this fucking ammo. Okay. Ow! Bro! Like, what the fuck, man? Like, dude, it's so fucking janky. I'm so pissed, too, because this game fucking stole my shotgun away from me, dude. I would not be having this fucking issue if not for the shotgun. I'd at least be able to deal with the standing enemies effortlessly. And not waste my fucking handgun rounds.
Same place day after day, just watching it like it was yesterday. Despite the fact that it causes him tremendous anxiety, he insists on returning. He insists it's for therapeutic
Like,
reasons.
why couldn't? And also, like, look at this. Why couldn't they have put a tape recorder at the? Why couldn't you put a tape recorder at the door? At the door up ahead. Why do I have to listen to this every time?
What he insists on describing as the Black Day. His school and home life were no-go topics when discussing these feelings and anxieties. He told me the other day that he'd been seeing hallucinations.
There might be, but I don't want to use a fucking cheat command.
Naturally, I didn't take him seriously. I saw no evidence to suggest this was the case, but upped his prescription anyway. He claims the extra medication helps.
Like, man, there just should be a fucking, like, there just should be a tape recorder right here. I don't even think that works like that. I didn't realize we didn't go to the basement. We might, I think we have to go to the basement in order to leave anyway. So, but man, dude, that section's tough, dude. Like, a lot of this game's difficulty really just comes from jank than actual, like, balance than anything. It's just, unfortunately, how the game is, you know? Because I'm gonna be, this game deserves to be in an engine that works. Like, this game just deserves to be in an engine that's actually, like, reliable. I don't know if Rumple, like, went with Gold Source because he was already very familiar with it. Maybe that could be it, just familiarity's sake. But I just think that this should have been in a different game. I mean, this should have been in a different engine. Should have absolutely been in a different engine. Shit. It was originally going to be in... Well, it was going to be originally in the Source engine. But it, so don't go for. But there was with no backing from Valve. With no backing from Valve, and, like, you know, basically no money to fund the project, it was canceled. But then it yeah, I was supposed to get a remake in Unreal, but that also, as far as I know, went nowhere, which sucks. But to be honest with you, after all the shit that's come out with Rumple, I don't know. I can't say for certain that I would have wanted to even play it anymore. Because I don't know if, especially if that was a product that would have cost money. I just can't, in good faith, you know. It sucks. Just everything about with Rumple and all that sucks. Nah, yeah. To be fair, it still very possibly could happen in that, like, Rumple could just do it of his own accord and not really just care about what other people think. It's just more so like, I don't know, man. To be fair, but to also be fair, it wouldn't be the same. Because a lot of because I bet, I can't guarantee if, like, the same voice actors, like people like Stig and all that stuff, would have gotten on the project. I don't know if Stig's voice was even in the remake project, or if you got somebody else, but I know but I feel like Stig definitely wouldn't have wanted to be a part of that, to be voicing Simon again after all that's come out, you know. And I can't imagine Simon without Stig at all. Like, Stig, like, he is Simon, you know? it's so cool to see, to also just listen to Stig's voice work in this game. Because this game took years to come out, and so you hear Stig naturally get better as the game progresses, because this he didn't do every line at once or anything like that. It was more so like as the game was going on, as it was taking a while to come out and all that stuff. As the game was taking all this time to come out, he was just refining his voice work, refining his craft and all that stuff as it was going on. When that Pyro video came out, it was a big deal. It was a real big deal for me when that Pyro video came out, because, to have such a big YouTuber just talk about it, especially after 10 years of the game being out too or so. I don't remember when the video came out exactly, but it had basically been 10 years since the game came out. So just to have somebody talk about it, after so long, and someone of that big of a status too, was quite something. It was very cool. Although in my opinion, it's not. Although Pyro's video is very good, it is a very good video for sure, and it is entertaining. But it's not my favorite Cry of Fear video. My favorite Cry of Fear video is just simply titled "Who is Simon?" That's all. That's what it's titled as. Real good video. That does a really deep dive on Simon's character. I've not watched it in a long time. Oh. Alright, guys. Should I backtrack for the M16? I don't have a lot of Glock ammo left. I don't know. That's a long way back. That's a real real long way back. Yeah. This is kind of what I'm talking about, though. Is that I need to hold on to this fuse. I need to hold on to this fuse, man. Like, this is what I'm talking. Why is that so fucking finicky, man? Oh, look at that. Ow. Oh, like I'm pressing my sprint. I am pressing my fucking sprint key, man. Are you fucking kidding me? Oh no, he unstuck himself. God damn, man. Oh, there's two of them. Okay. Yeah, I gotta backtrack. Now they're giving me... Like, this is what I'm talking about, too. Look, I had to trade out a weapon for a key item for me to progress. And now they're just giving me, like, a fucking ammo for, like... Now they're giving me ammo for, like, for it, man. Like, what is this horse shit? Oh, shit. And look at VP7, like, I'm getting it. You know, I might be able to stumble upon a VP70. I might be able to stumble upon the VP70. Actually startled me. Are you fucking kidding me? Oh. Okay. To be honest with these enemies, you're literally just better off running towards them. So they blow their brains out. Like this. See? One thing too is that the fucking one thing too, man, is that the tack light should always be on. I don't get why the tack light is never always on. Like if you had it on and you put the gun away, it should just be on. So this is what you got to do. Why the fuck am I still carrying this? I'm gonna be so for real, man. I might just drop the nightstick. I don't know. Depends how it's gonna look from here. But okay, we didn't have to backtrack too far. I mean, we didn't have to backtrack too much. We got through it quicker than I thought we would. We're making pretty good pace. You know, we've only been streaming, streaming for about an hour and 40 minutes. And we're making pretty good time. I will say, guys, I'm playing through this right now so I can discuss it with you live and all that stuff. But I will be planning on making a whole video about this. I'm not even gonna, I don't know what style I want it to be. I do want it to be documentarian-esque like what I did with the Nightmare video, but at the same time, a part of me is thinking about doing something that's like kind of like Civ 11. Like, I'm sure you guys know who Civ 11 is. I love Civ 11. I hope y'all like and watch. If y'all have never watched Civ 11, I highly recommend watching him. Really, really great YouTube channel. Oh wait, yeah, here, look, VP70 right here. Like, Civ 11 is a YouTuber that inspires me heavily as well. I'm very inspired by him. For sure. Like, he's probably one of the two YouTubers that is the biggest influence on me right now, for sure. And it's funny because what's really funny is that the YouTubers who are the biggest influences on me, if you look at my YouTube content, you wouldn't think they were. But I want to just deal with these enemies right here, just because I want their ammo. There's normally enemies right here. Or just one enemy. But Civ 11 is one of the big ones. Making long-form gameplay content, just going through, analyzing, and all that stuff, and being witty about it. And also his editor, Katie, is just absolutely incredible. But the YouTuber who has by far the biggest influence on me, hands down, is Neocranium. I hope we have people who watch Neocranium in here. I cannot understate just how much of an influence he's been on me. I feel like I'm going the wrong way. I going the wrong way? Fucking hell. But Neocranium is hands down my biggest influence, for sure. I absolutely love, like, he is the best YouTuber I've ever watched, and I love his videos. His streams are also a lot of fun, and the amount of effort he puts in each and every single video is nothing short of impressive, and it only gets better with each one. So yeah, I think I went the complete opposite way. I might have not gotten the way I should have gone. I feel like I'm mostly on the right track, but at the very least we got our VP 70. So, I was actually, like, you know, like, this might sound crazy, y'all, but I was never much of a Markiplier fan. Or I'm gonna be real with you, actually. I was never much of any Let's Player fan. I don't know. Let's Play content was never really my thing growing up. You know, I liked video game content, but like, I had some YouTuber exceptions, I guess, at the time. Killplixism was one. Harshly Critical, or as he goes by now, John Wolf, was one. I've not watched John Wolf in a long time, though. But yeah, I never watched PewDiePie. I never watched PewDiePie in his prime. I have not watched Jacksepticeye. I've never really watched Markiplier either. Like, I've watched, like, I think I might have only watched like 5 Markiplier videos my whole life. And it's not, and there's nothing wrong with these people. They're just, I don't know what it is. It's just, like, I just never was all that interested in Let's Play content because, like, I always preferred videos with voiceover work with, you know, a lot of, like, acting and all that stuff and so on and so forth, even if it was gaming shit. For example, like, I grew up watching The Angry Video Game Nerd, for example. The Angry Video Game Nerd, you know, I've been watching The Angry Video Game Nerd back when the YouTube channel... I've been watching The Angry Video Game Nerd back when, like, as long... His YouTube channel just used to be called James Nintendo Nerd. I remember that. I remember that so vividly. I remember him with that name for so long. I've been watching him for a very, very long time. And videos like that are what I can get behind. Like, not so much like, you know, and what I mean by videos like that I can get behind, I mean videos like that with production, script writing, acting, editing, voiceover work, and all that stuff. That's the type of shit I can get behind, undoubtedly. I like it, you know, and that's exactly what my nightmare videos are. In that, that's what my nightmare videos were. Is that I spent time recording, you know, recording gameplay with whoever I was playing with. I'm an idiot, and I went the same way. I spent my time recording gameplay with whoever I was with, you know, with Yeats or with Luna, and then I, you know, had my fun with it. I wrote a script, and man, sometimes these areas just kind of look the same. I'm gonna be so for real. Wrote a script, did voiceover work, did so many takes. I have so many takes of each individual line that I had to record. The amount of times that I would try to read a paragraph in one take, and then I would flub a line, and I'm a perfectionist. So if I flubbed like a sentence, like say if I read a paragraph and I read I'm reading it fine, and I read the last line, I flub it. Then instead of just re-recording that sentence. Like when I would re-record that sentence, I mean, I wouldn't just re-record the sentence to keep things like, you know, to keep things easy. I would be like, nah, fuck that. I'm re-recording the whole I'm re-recording the whole fucking thing. I'm re-recording the whole paragraph. I don't know. I just, because I wanted everything to flow as naturally as possible. But also, it's less time to edit as well. I'm gonna be like, it's less time to work on in terms of editing and all that as well. I feel stupid. I feel very stupid right now with how lost I am. Oh yeah, to be honest, James is arguably doing the best he's ever done, like, so far in terms of life, you know? You know, like, you can't keep the same thing going for so long and have it be good all the time. I think his content as of recently, I think that Nerd has gotten better. It feels like that he is more active, he's more involved from what I've heard. So some of that spirit is still there. The only thing really is just that, okay, like, I know I came from somewhere around here. I don't know where I came from. I don't know where I came from. I'm kind of lost. But anyway, as I was saying, even if he was like 100% basically like the only one on board and it was all him and all his energy, you know, you can't match what you did, you know? You can't ever really match what you did a long time ago. You know, you can only keep the same thing going for so long before, like, it starts to get stale, you know? But I do think his videos have gotten better lately, for sure. Nothing will ever be as good as what we call the golden years of AVGN, in my opinion. But I think that's okay. You know, that's okay, you know? Like, I know we desperately want the Nerd to be as good as we remember him. But, you know, you can't always keep that. You can't always keep that going. Like, for example, the reason why... There's a lot of reasons my Nightmare project had to be canceled. But the reason why... The core reason for why the Nightmare project had to be canceled is because I just couldn't keep doing this. I couldn't keep doing this. I didn't want to make the same video. I'm gonna be so for real. I was very hesitant to make that second video. There were times where I wanted to stop the project and cancel the project altogether when I made the second video. Because I was worried about so many things when I was making that second video. I was worried that I wouldn't be able to make it as good because, especially when you have a video like my first Nightmare video that popped off like that, I caught lightning in a bottle with that. And you're never going to capture that same spark. You know, you're never going to capture that same spark. And I'm not done with Left 4 Dead content. I'm not done, like, in general. Like, I do have some ideas to go through. But the thing is that there's so much to set up with Left 4 Dead content in general. Period. Because, in my opinion, I think what makes the Nightmare videos in particular so entertaining to some people, like, you know, I think from what I could tell, I think from what, you know, reading comments and all that stuff, I think from what I could tell, so from what I can tell from you guys, just like impressions, comments, and all that stuff, it was not just, it wasn't the difficulty, it wasn't not so much the difficulty or the changes or anything like that that you guys found entertaining. It was us, or mainly it was Yeats and Luna that was really just making things fun. You know, I like they definitely carried the entertainment on that video for sure. And what makes Left 4 Dead content, in my opinion, so rough to make, what made those two videos so rough to make, or at least what made like the second video especially so rough to make, there was a lot of things that were casting doubts on my end. For example, there is a what's the word? So I'm pretty sure you guys, like, if you're here for my nightmare video, you probably have seen another YouTuber by the name of Simply Fishy, you know, and I remember Simply Fishy popping up on my YouTube feed, because I wasn't expecting my nightmare video to really pop off like that, number one, and number two, I wasn't expecting it to cause a domino effect of other people making similar types of videos, you know. And Simply Fishy was the first one that popped up on my feed. Simply Fishy's the first one that I think that they put out was a dead center, or a dark center one. I'm sorry, a dark center one playthrough, and I was so surprised to see it because it came out much faster. It came out like not too long after mine did, and the format and all that was pretty similar to mine. And I had some people telling me that I had my first copycat or whatever. I don't really think of it like that, because I don't own a video essay format or anything like that. The type of video I made isn't anything that's unlike you see in any other video, you know? So I Simply Fishy, Simply Fishy's video was good. I liked it. I thought it was cool. But I just minded my own business, but I started making my second video, and it was tough because with Simply Fish. I mean, it was tough because I wanted to do another stream. I was going to make a YouTube video, playing through Nightmare with Yeats on stream, and what happened was that we played through Dark Center, same stipulations as we did the first time around, and we cleared it in under an hour. And yeah, it just wasn't. There was no struggle behind it whatsoever. But then there was I tried to get him on board for Dark Carnival, but sadly, Yeats, being in school and all that, just couldn't find the time to do it. And to be honest, he was taking so long to really become available. And how do I put this? So Yeats was becoming less and less available, and I was basically like, man, I can't really afford to hold out on him. I want to make this other video while I have the drive to do so. So I needed somebody, and so I recruited Luna for it. And as I said in the video, Luna is an absolute glutton, is a gluttoness for punishment. She is just she loves punishing herself, for sure. And it was very interesting. It was especially interesting getting perspectives, seeing perspectives of just Left 4 Dead through both of their lenses. So And it was also interesting too. And I'm gonna be real with you guys. I think another thing that made the Nightmare video so entertaining for y'all was incompetency. And that is, look, I'm not the most competent Left 4 Dead player in the world, but I can definitely hold my own on my own. Like, you know, in disadvantageous situations, I've played the game long enough to really keep up with, like, the game being all hectic and all that shit. But, you know, people like Yeats and people like Luna have not sunk as much, have not sunk even 10% of the time into the game as I have. You know, they have not fixated on the game like I have. I live and breathe and die by this game. Left 4 Dead 2 is, like, I've played Left 4 Dead 2 in its vanilla state since it came out. I didn't start modding the game heavily until very recently, you know? Like, I just been playing it damn near like as close to unmodded as possible. So I think having the incompetent moments and all that stuff that was fun and bouncing off of each other like that provides a lot of entertaining moments. Because, you know, Luna and Yeats are just not quite there yet on Left 4 Dead skill level, and to be honest, they might not ever be, just because they don't have that interest or spark with the game as I do. But even then, taking away that aside, the second video was really scary to make because, first off, everybody loved Yeats. Everybody loved Yeats so much on his interactions and all that stuff. Yeats really carried the video and sold it, you know, for a lot of people, from what I can tell. And so not having him on was really scary. That was a really scary what's the word I'm looking for? Predicament. That was a really scary predicament to be in, with him not being available and having to rely on somebody else, because it's basically like it's like in a show where they have one character that only appears in one episode, but he's so fucking good. He is so good, and you wish he was in more shit. So I was worried about the audience's reception to Luna, because Luna is in no way comparable to Yeats in any way, shape, or form. Luna is not comparable in any way. They couldn't be any further from the same person. So that was a tough one to figure out, trying to figure out how my chemistry with her would be received to the audience, because the chemistry that I have with Yeats and Luna are very, very, very different from one another. Yeats and I are very loud. Yeah, Yeats and I are very loud. We're very, you know, energetic, and we really bounce off of one another like that. Whereas Luna and I share a more brain-rotted comedic relationship when on screen, or even just on, not even just on screen, even when in call with each other. The way that Yeats and I act on the video and on stream, and the way that Luna and I act on video on stream, are the exact same way that we act offline. What you guys got is a genuine, authentic peek into how we act. We did not blast anything up for the video whatsoever. That is authentically us. And so I was worried on how that would be received, because there's nothing worse than being yourself in your most comfortable state and people being like, I don't like that. That's a horrible feeling. I'm gonna be real with you. Yeah, I worried a lot about that chemistry that on screen with Luna and all that stuff. Let's see. Andrew River. Let's see. We played Tekken at the local. I assume it's the one in, what is it? The one in Berkeley, wasn't it? In that case, I mean, yeah, that would be like, oh wait, yeah, now I know. Now I remember you. Yeah, nah, fucking, that's cool. Hope you've been well too, man. I've been doing great. We're just playing, just, you know, to cry fear. Yep. Yeah, I remember that. I remember that a lot. I would love to play. I would love to play again too sometime online. I've just not had too much time to, but also I'm a big Virtua Fighter dude. But anyway, to get back onto the topic at hand, with the And also, like, I'm gonna be real with you guys. When I was making that second nightmare video, when I was working on that second nightmare video, Simply Fishy came out with his second nightmare video before I came out with my second one, and it was Dark Carnival. And I'm not gonna lie, when I saw that Simply Fishy made a Dark Carnival video, and he was making one at the exact same time I was when that happened, and when I saw Simply Fishy came out with their own Dark Carnival video, I almost quit the project. I almost quit the project altogether because I didn't want to look like a copycat. I didn't want to look like a content farm. I didn't want to look like anything like that. And I just thought, man, the timing would be so fucked up that we both came out with a Dark Carnival video. But Luna urged me. She really adamantly pushed me to make the video anyway. And I don't think that video would have come out if it wasn't for her, to be honest. And to be honest, I also felt like I had to do it. I had to owe it to her because she made the artwork for me. That artwork of Persona, she drew it herself. And, you know, I didn't want to waste Dandy Andy's artwork either. And I didn't want to waste what we had together, even though I was ready to give up. And I just, you know, even though I had lost the motivation to do it, I didn't feel like it would have been fair to them, so I went forward anyway. And, you know, I got through it, made the whole thing, and, you know, it was, obviously nothing will be as successful as the first video. You know, you can't ever match, like, your best video. But, like, it's really, you have to be really, really lucky for a video, to have a video that outperforms your previous best one, you know? And you just have to be consistently lucky with that. But anyway, but still, the video was received pretty well. You know, it did better than I hoped it. See, also, just you mentioned something like you may be doing a mod pack sort inspired by Nightmare. What else the audience could? Well, it's not even so much that you, the audience, can join and play. I'm gonna be honest with you guys. I don't really have much intention to play with my viewers, and that's nothing necessarily wrong with you guys in the sense. It's just that I prefer to play with people who are close in my circle, but also I don't want people to, I also don't want to deal with people acting like they're all cool and shit until they just start screaming the N-word on my stream. Because that, like, I'm sure, because when I remember when I did the Grit mod pack, somebody did that shit. Somebody found a way to join my friends only lobby and just started spamming slurs in the chat. It's just a precaution's sake more than anything.
The train to Norcastle is delayed due to a signal malfunction. Please stand well clear of the platform at the gates, as the next train is not for public use.
But that Left 4 Dead mod, but the thing is that I do want to do a video with that Left 4 Dead mod pack in the sense that I made. I want my feedback. And oh fuck. Oh yeah, sorry, they're making me bring the damn fuses again. This is like more backtracking, man. But yeah, that was really messed up when that dude tried to do that. Try to get me all banned and shit. It was so bad. Like, I don't know, man. Like, I don't know, man. Like, if I wanted to join the game and be called all kinds of slurs all day, I'd pick up Valorant again. I'd pick up Counter-Strike Global Offensive again. Oh wait, it's called CS2 now. I totally forgot. I'd pick up Counter-Strike again. I'd go hit up for matches in the Tekken Lounge. Like, that's what I would, like, if I want to get called slurs in a video game, I'd do that shit. so I forgot what I'm supposed to do here. Alright, I don't have the sledgehammer. Wait a second. Is the sledgehammer back there? Or did I miss it? If I want to, like, I go on Tekken Twitter if I want to get called. I'd go on Tekken Twitter and attack Kazuya mains if I want to get called racial slurs, dude. Dude, do not fuck with the Mishima players on Tekken Twitter, dude. Do not fuck with them. Like, you'll bring out the fucking, like, you'll bring out the Third Reich with that. I don't know what it is, and it sucks. It sucks being a Kazuya Mishima player in Tekken because I love that character. I love that character, and it's cool. I'm not a down player or anything like that. Oh shit. I'm not a down player or anything like that. I know the character's strengths and weaknesses. I know the character's ins and outs, and I don't really complain. I just play the game and I try to get better, and that's it. But dude, dude, I don't know what it is. Kazuya players are just, like, so many of them are just Nazis, bro. You got someone named, there's someone named Planet Medusa. This dude looks like the Crimson Chin, you know? Dude's a Nazi. Dude's an actual Nazi, bro. Yeah, no, I didn't ask for this shit either. Like, oh, this is my favorite song in the game. Well, next to the chainsaw. Alright, can I do this? You can't get up there anymore. That's where the PewDiePie Easter egg used to be. Like, I don't know why we can't be fun like War Thunder fans, you know? They get into arguments and leak government documents. But yeah, when it comes to like Tekken, especially, I remember when the worst that we used to have was like main, like all we really had was like main man, and all people just said about him was that he's just kind of annoying, and that's it. But now it's just gotten so much worse. Oh my god, I don't know what happened. I don't know what happened. My D key got stuck. Nah, exactly. Yeah, exactly, Drew. So, to kind of get back on the topic real quick of this game, I will say that this part of Simon's book that he's writing doesn't have any clear plot relevance or convenience to it. I think he's having a psychosis here and just writing stuff down. Like, if I could find that room where he's just, like... This is why you don't have double tapping. This is why you don't have double tap dodging. No, this game does have a co-op, a specific made co-op campaign that you should try out. It's pretty cool. It's not the main story that this goes through. This is a completely separate story. But yeah, you should give it a try. It's completely free too on Steam. No, okay, he's just sliding off. He's just sliding off. I will admit, Drew, this game is really janky. It's like running on an old almost 30-year-old engine at this point, and there's a lot of janky shit with this. Fuck. Windows 11. Well, no, I'm running Windows 11 too, Magenta. I'm running on Windows 11 as well. Like, I forgot to hit jump. I didn't even try to hit space. I didn't even try to. I gotta get around to playing Chrono Trigger. I gotta get around to playing big RPG scale games like that. I really want to, but they're just such big commitments, and I got issues. I got big commitment issues with video games. Like, I have a problem where, like, I just keep playing the same shit that I've played over and over again, and this game is one of them. I've played this game. I played and beaten this game so many times. But I really want to sit down and play like big scale games like Chrono Trigger. I need to sit down and like play games like Chrono Trigger, classic Final Fantasy stuff. I've played like a little bit of Final Fantasy VI. I do really like that game as well, but never got around to finishing it. I need to get around just playing Final Fantasy in general, just committing to those games. Okay, so this is where we have a puzzle to go through. So, my life. That fateful night, the child lay upon the road, broken. Why did you walk that way so late, young man? Why did you have to be so foolish? Disillusioned and embittered by his parents' words, the child was broken physically, broken mentally. The men in white placed him in rolling chairs. How he laughed. And so he lived what remained of his life. One day, fate smiled upon the child, and so he came upon the implement of his destruction. Decisions! The outcome was not certain. Pro capto lectori. Okay. Haben surfata labelli. Okay. I think it goes car, wheelchair, gun. Oh, and okay, yep. Alright, so I'm gonna be real with you guys. I hate this section of the game. This section fucking gets on my nerves. I hate this section of the game so much. I think I just went in a circle. Ah! Oh. Sick. I have no fucking clue where I'm going. I'm gonna be so for real. Take a right. Oh! Shit. Sick. Alright.
He suffered severe spinal damage
First try.
in the accident.
First try.
It's a miracle he still retains upper body motion. From the waist down, however, there is no nervous response at all. Not to mention the mental trauma he suffered. From what I can tell, Simon is a deeply disturbed individual who had mental problems even prior to the accident.
Holy fuck! Holy shit. That was close. Is he still there?
What the fuck? Wasn't this where I came from?
No. Something is obviously not right.
I should hurry now before something else happens.
Looks like we're back here. Too bad that phone is the one thing you can't drop. fair, that's the other thing too. The sledgehammer's such a good melee weapon, y'all. But once again, it's at this part of the game, so you don't really get to hold on to it for very long. So it kind of sucks. This is another case of a weapon, like them giving you a weapon that you can't really use for very long. But yeah, we're getting to the biggest point of no return in the game. It's too bad they took out the PewDiePie Easter egg. This is a little, by the way, because we did the fish head maze. There's a little video I want to show you. There's a really funny video I want to show you. I want to hit a safe point so I can safely alt tab and not like suffer the consequences. All right, so I think you guys will love this. Mm-hmm. I know you guys heard that. I know you guys heard that. Okay, so just give me a second, y'all. Okay. I need you guys to look at this.
This looks frickin' miserable as piss. I hate mazes, man. Well, if I keep taking a left, I'll end up there eventually. So, left it is. Okay, you go on by now. Oh, frick, man. Frick! Please don't come this way. Okay, you come this way. No! Alright, now I gotta guess where he's gonna go. Oh, please go that way. Suck! Why does it scare me every time?
Oh God. That takes me back. So if I recall, I think if I put the fuses in, it starts the train immediately. It doesn't. I don't feel it. Oh wait, never mind. That doesn't matter. Back on the train, sitting here like a fool.
Back to the train. Sitting here like a fool. Feels like it was just a few seconds ago I was traveling here. No, think straight. I got hit by a car, woke up, and these things have been trying to kill me since. I mean, what is actually happening with me? Mom keeps telling me to get home, but why? How would that solve any of the crazy shit I've seen? I can't even contact the police here. Everything is just fucked. Could it be that I'm just hallucinating? No, seriously. Am I? Or is there something else? I keep thinking back at that doctor guy. Well, he is crazy, alright. But could he have done something to me? Seeing as he wears a gas mask. Or is all this just not real? I'm confused. I'm just very confused. So many questions, but no answers. I'll see what happens when I come home.
That's how I brought the VP-70. Okay, so before we put the feet back, all right. I need to do a very quick bathroom break, but because we're about to go in for the long haul. Okay. All right. Sorry about that. Okay. All right. Ready?
Shit! My bag!
Oh, fuck, dude. Well, I am stuck. Get the fuck up there, man. I'm gonna die. I'm gonna die. This fucking. Like, what the fuck am I supposed to do? Jesus. There we go. Jesus. The stamina isn't really needed to get past everything. It's just so janky. That's it. I hate this section of the game so much.
Better than nothing, I guess.
So, this is another low point of the game. It's so hard to see, man. Okay, I hate this part right here. This is what I think it is. Fuck. Man. Do you guys want to know what I used to do when I would like play this game on subsequent playthroughs? I would do this. Watch this, y'all. Watch this. I would just do this. I would just do this because I hated this section so much, you know? I would just do this in the game. Because, like, even if I, like, say if I put it away. See, you can still see quite a bit, you know? I'm not gonna do that for y'all. Like, cause that's just like, this is just annoying, man. How you doing, Kicks? I'm doing well. Hope your day's going well, man. So, is this the part I'm thinking of? I'm gonna be so for real, guys. We have to drop this. Oh, he didn't even... Okay. That's weird. Dude didn't even show up. Alright. So... Yeah, no, I feel the same way, miss. It's weird, the chainsaw guy was supposed to chase me through the field there, but he didn't. That's what I hate. Oh shit, hello. Okay. that actually kind of spooked me for a moment. I'm trying to find the way inside this building. Hello. Ow. Oh, excuse me. Okay. Alright, so this is where we get the first half of the scissor blade. And then... I have no idea where the second one is, so... Is it in here? Did I miss it? Just want to double check. Alright. How we doing, y'all, by the way? I'm gonna be really, like... I will say this section of the game was, like, genuinely, like, pants-shittingly terrifying on my first playthrough. Oh, hello. But, on subsequent playthroughs, though, it just kind of becomes annoying, to be honest. Oh, hello. Ow. Okay. The line of sight on these enemies be crazy. It's at the... Oh, that's a syringe. Come back for that, though. I mean, honestly, why can't you stream Twin Snake speedrunning? Okay, let's I'll drop this for a moment. Oh shit. Okay. Now we can is there anything in... Oh, hello. Ow. Does he get off work? Oh, that's fair. I mean, I still think it's worth a shot. Let's see. Nice. Okay, now we go back for the syringes. Now where's that other building at? Okay, and I think it was like in this room somewhere. Sick. So how much do I got? Really? Is that the only one I got? I thought I picked up one. Huh. Did I pick it up? Or is it, I feel like an idiot. Did I not pick up that syringe back there? Like on that other building? I was gonna say, chat, is there anything that could be recent that you're anticipating on coming out? Like something, whether it be a game release or movie or anything like that. Anything y'all are anticipating? Because I got quite a few things I've been anticipating lately. Obviously, you know, like in terms of stuff that could be like, that could actually possibly come out sometime this year. For the remainder of the year, I mean. Like, God. Like, for me, hands down, it's episode 6 of The Amazing Digital Circus. For, like, honestly. Because... fucking... I'm not gonna lie. I was always just a casual enjoyer of The Amazing Digital Circus. But there was just something about episode 5 that really got me to actually, like, love the show. It genuinely got me to love the show. And so... And so it genuinely got me to love the show, so now I'm actually, like, really excited for, like, future shit. Anyway, so... I'm just gonna run through everything. Okay. No screaming lady. Hey guys, watch this. I don't think I can show that. Okay. There might be more of them. Okay. No, we might be in the clear here. But no, I am really, really excited for it. That's a show I could, like, episode 5 could get me. I could ramble on about what made episode 5 so great. Okay. I hope I didn't miss like a tape recorder or something. Because I don't want to have to redo the tree section. Fuck it. So there's one enemy in this game that you encounter on this section, and you only encounter him once, right here, that you're about to see. This is the only time you see this enemy in the whole game right here. And once again, just standing on his hands, legs completely mangled, I think just another interpretation as how Simon views himself, you know, post the accident. See, the weather effects in this game are pretty cool. Wait, as I was gonna say though, I really loved, like, I went from liking The Amazing Digital Circus to loving it after episode 5. Like, all of a sudden I started, like, really giving a shit about its characters and all that stuff. Like, I went from just generally enjoying them to now, like, just really, like, wanting to analyze and learn a lot more about them. Like, now it's, like, really got me all intrigued and shit. Okay. Sorry, I just need to give my hand I had to give my hand a rest for a moment. It's just here. Okay, actually, guys, I just realized something. Actually, I'm trying to remember how we even get our supplies back. I forgot what it was. Like the solution here was. How do I? Oh. Well, that was an accident. I did not mean to do that. Just casually. Alright, man. Here I was thinking I was like missing something. Hello. Ow. I wish, man. I fucking wish. there's actually no way. Oh my fucking god, dude. There's no way. Okay. How did I end up back here? Fuck, bro. Bro. Where the fuck am I going now? That it over there? Ugh. What the? How am I back here? The fuck? You know what? You know what, man? Okay. Like. Ow. Okay. Because I need to find a tape recorder ASAP because I do not want to do this again. That was really annoying. There had to have been one around here. Like, I'm serious. There had to have been one around here, right? There really isn't one around here? I would have thought there would have been one. Oh well. Like, how did I not find one in the asylum there? Oh, excuse me. Like, there's gotta be a tape recorder or something around here. There's got to be like something I'm missing around here. I don't know. I gotta find a tape. There's got to be a tape recorder in this asylum. All right, man. I can't believe I missed. Okay. How much, ah! Oh, well. Oops. Well, it's too bad I don't have all the shells from when I, you know, from earlier. It's not like it's too bad Simon didn't keep the shells in his fucking pockets. Because I would have had like 30 shells by now. God damn, dude, you get stuck on like everything. It's actually pretty annoying. Simon wrote himself losing his bag in the story because he lost his bag IRL. You ever? I would love the meme of. I love you know that one meme? It's like that one friend that has to walk home after like the hangout. Just get that, but like Simon going through the woods, you know, with the fucking lantern.
Come over here so we can talk. I want to talk.
What the fuck do you want? You're crazy.
Come closer.
I'm close enough.
Come closer.
I can't. There's a big fucking gate in the way.
That's why I want you to come closer. I'll kill you.
How?
I need a gun.
You got a gun. The subway. The guy you shot. Remember?
I want a new gun.
Look, just open the gate, will you? I'm tired of all this.
No, there's a new gun in the bowling alley. Get it for me. Now.
If I do, will you open the gate for me?
Yes, I have to see you out here. Go and get it.
Fine.
So I don't have the gun already, but for you guys that don't know, there is dialogue actually already in place if you have it beforehand. I knew those enemies are here. I was like, when the fuck are they when are they gonna appear? They did. Trying to figure out where the fuck do I go. I don't even really remember where the bowling alley is either. Oh, you know what? I might be stupid. Yep, I knew it. It's right here. This is a tough call to make, though. Really? Hold on a second. Hold on. Just wait a moment. Be patient. Okay, I have no idea why the gun is not making any sound. Especially bizarre. But, yeah, fetch quest number 3. I have to drop this for now. Don't even have the space for a syringe. No, I pulled last time, but we're gonna go for the best ending.
Here. There's no ammo in it, though. Now, give me the key.
Don't be trouble. Right to the front. Lower your gun. Here.
You crazy bastard! I'll kill you!
I'm trying to find that staff first. So this is the rough part of the game, because now you have, if you see on my health on the bottom left there, it is now permanently like lowered. This sucks, bro. I need to... Ow! Fuck, dude. Okay. Okay, so now we got the phone number. Oh, whoops. Loading. Alright, so what we're gonna do is we're gonna save. Okay, so yeah, still no fire effects. Alright, so let's not that. Yeah, I don't know what this is about. Okay, so you know what I'm gonna do? Do I have to restart the game? Do I have to restart the game? I think I gotta restart the game, y'all. I think I gotta restart the game. because I don't know why that is why that's happening. It's not supposed to happen normally. Okay. Let's get through this. But I'm pretty sure we'll definitely be able to get through the rest of this game. There we go. Alright, sick. Okay. Yeah, I gave I gave the gun to him. We're going for best ending right now. So 5-1. Let's see, 5-1-1-7-7-8-1. Let me just drop this shit. Whoa. 5-1-1-7-7. I mean, wait, I'm such an idiot. 5-1-1-7-7-8-1-6. 5-7-7. I might be an idiot, chat. Oh, okay. There he is. There's our boy. Nine 719. Okay, so this is going to be a bit tough, but we're going to do a bit of backtracking. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to leave the Glock up here. Leave the Glock up here. Grab that too while I'm at it. No, yeah, we're making good time. You know, got here in a few hours. Granted, this is as it says, this is a part 2, so I didn't start fresh from the beginning. So I'm trying to figure out where I left that, where I left those syringes. I'm not sure if anybody remembers where I left them. So I'm gonna have to go looking all over for them. Something sucks, man. Yeah, I think I know the. I think I remember cheesing him with like a spot that you can't like that he can't hit you, but you can hit him. But yeah, I'm just gonna keep things like simple, you know. I'm gonna try to keep things as legitimate as I can. Oh, and now I remember. It's in the room with the fucking. I don't think it's on this floor. It's on the floor above. Did that thing again. Okay. Syringe. What the fuck you mean I have nothing? What the I don't who knows how many I could have sworn I had 2, but whatever. Oh, Liam. Welcome to the stream. Hope your day's going well. So we're gonna drop the flashlight here for right now. And... okay. Okay. Ready? We probably will go shotgun in the beginning. I want to conserve the Glock, honestly. There you are. You're dead. You're so fucking dead. That's burned in my in just my memory bank. Is this not gonna do shit? Okay, maybe we have to go Glock. Now, I know everything about this game's story, Liam. This is far from my first time playing it. Oh shit. Ah, God damn it. I did not mean to do that. Oh. In that case, I'll just leave the shotgun on the floor. Okay. I really need to know how many syringes I actually have for real, because... oh, that's right. Oh, that's for the P345. I mean, that could come in handy. I don't know. Let's not be dual wielding for this. Let's just use this normally. Okay.
There you are. You're dead. You're so fucking dead.
Well, it's because the Glock is the only gun that they give you like ammo for, regardless. Reloading. So if you guys can't know, I don't think you can hurt the Doctor when he's moving from cover to cover. You have to hit him when he pops out. Pretty sure I can like tank a shot or two. Okay, now's the time to
Simon, the pills by itself won't make you feel better. You have to do something more than that. I recommend that you try a new modern treatment called cognitive therapy.
What's that?
Well, it's a set of exercises you do. A way to forget the past, all the bad memories and anxiety you have. Are you interested in books, Simon?
I don't know. Why?
Alright. I just wanted to find out. Because I want you to try out something. I want you to write a book. A book about how you feel. Do you think you can do that?
I guess so. I can try.
We're gonna come back up here for the P345. Okay, we're almost at the home. We're at the home stretch of the game, y'all. The end is near. The end is very near. I actually never even bothered to look at the model. Fuck. It's kind of hard to see because I've always wanted to get a good look at it. But man, yeah, that's pretty gnarly. Oh, I'm an idiot. an idiot? No, I'm not an idiot. I was going the wrong way. You've always been... Oh, what the fuck? You've always been able to dual wield the pistols. As long as I can remember. I don't recommend it, but it's fun. Yep. I mean, you say even IRL like it was even like especially IRL. Not Draven, especially IRL. All right, let's be quiet, y'all. Time to just bask it in. No, we're not gonna dual wield though. I think we'll use the P345 for a little bit. I wonder, can I get away with using the P345 for the rest of the game? I probably could. I might be able to. Yeah. It's hard to say. This is a tough call. Well, that's what multiple saves are for, Saturn. Another magazine. No regrets, Mr. Freeman. Now we got one more boss after this. I'm an idiot. We got one more boss. I hate how janky it is to get up here on the hole's breathing space. I hope I'm going the right way, because it can get a little disorienting trying to figure it out. Okay. This could be time to. This could be time to ditch the flashlight. Or you know what? Alright, y'all. We're not out of the clear just yet. We're not out of the woods just yet. I'm at Kirkville now, my hometown. I hope everything is okay here. There's another one. I'll pick that up. Actually, you know what? I don't know. Alright. Hello. Okay. I don't remember getting the sledgehammer here. This feels new to me. I might try it. Like, at least I don't know what enemies await me so far. I don't remember what enemies Come on. Thank you. Alright, so we're gonna drop the P345 now. Let's see if there's a Glock on the floor over here. I don't know. Either way, we have more ammo for this. See, just making sure I didn't miss anything else. I hate those fucking things. Like, normally I would just tank the damage, but I'm not doing that. Ah. Oh! Okay. Too close. Okay.
home. I hope Mom's okay. Mom? Mom! Where are you? Mom? Mom!
There we are.
I stopped myself from doing it. From committing suicide. But it didn't only leave me alive. It also left 2 police officers dead. I killed them. Shot them both. This was not supposed to happen. Doctors testified that I was having a psychosis. Which means that my punishment won't be too hard for me to bear. I have to spend the rest of my life in a mental hospital, where nurses and doctors are taking care of me. They let me finish my book, and it has helped me a lot. I wrote a happy ending, just for myself. I feel better now. I am more at peace with myself, even though I'm still stuck in this wheelchair. But I accept that now. I can never forgive myself for shooting those 2 officers, though. But I have so many supportive people around me now, so I think I will be okay. Dr. Purnell is mentoring me and is watching my progress. I'm lucky to have him. Sophie visits me every once in a while. When the doctors let her, that is. They still think her visits are too destabilizing for me and that it hinders my progress. I keep on telling her how sorry I am for making her life miserable every time she's here. She just laughs a bit and tells me to stop being so silly. But I can see the damage I've done to her in her eyes every time she looks at me. She found a new friend, one who is there for her and treats her right. I'm happy for her, though I'll miss the good moments we've had, knowing that they'll never come back. I think this is a good time to close this book. It has changed my life forever. The end.
Pedophile. Anyway. So, yeah, that was ending 4. That's what you get when you beat Carcass and you trust Purnell with the gun. Saturn, I hate to be the one to tell you, but look into it. There is a lot of really horrible shit that has come out about Rumpel, and it's beyond damning. It's horrible, man. That's what breaks my heart, because yeah, just like you, I played this game extensively, a shit ton, and I've seen everything it's had to offer throughout my entire teenage years, and it is one of the biggest influences in my whole life. So for that shit to come out about Rumpel with screenshots, evidence, videos, and everything was horrible. It broke my heart, man. It's just Andreas Ronberg. Everybody else on the team is cool, but we're gonna have a bit of a discussion though. Now that it's so, I want to discuss some things now. This is over. But this is Cry of Fear. I love this game. It has influenced me so much. It has influenced me so much. It's the reason why I enjoy horror the way that I do. This game was what this game changed, like influenced and changed my life in so many ways. In terms of the type of media I consume and the outlet in which I create, you know, to express my creativity. Those nightmare videos would not exist without this game. Those nightmare videos I made would not exist without this game. Not just because Nightmare is heavily influenced by this game, but also I would not have indulged in as much horror as I have my whole life if not for this game. But there's this whole thing where people wonder how can we separate the art from the artist, you know? And it can be hard with this game because Rumple was the main face of this, along with Afraid of Monsters. But at the same time, I would hate to put down a game that has been not only so influential to me, but a lot of people have passionately worked on to make it as good as it is. Rumple is not the only person who worked on this, so I would hate to put this game down, and bash it when other people have worked so hard on this as well. Look, this PewDiePie! Look, this PewDiePie in the donators. But, anyway. Separating the art from the artist can be easy or hard depending on the material. And it's hard for Cry of Fear. We got a B. 56 saves. Alright, so we beat it in about 4 hours. Just a bit under 4 hours. But it's especially hard when your main character literally has the face. You know? Simon's character model, Simon's face, is literally Rumple's face scanned over. So it's hard when Simon's face is literally the face of a pedophile. Although thankfully Rumple didn't voice him. You know, Stig voiced him, and Stig is perfect. Stig as Simon, like there's no better person. There's no other voice for Simon that should exist other than Stig. But there's so many reasons why it's hard, because the art, yeah, as you said, is influenced by the artist's personal experience, opinions, and biases. There's always something about the creator themselves that is reflective, and that is reflective of the person who made it, you know? And but I should have looked at the credits more. I should have looked at who, like, if there was other writers than Rumple on the credit staff, because I don't know if all of Cry of Fear is his story, or if there was other people that worked on it. Either way, this game means a lot to me. It meant a lot to me, you know, for the last decade, more than a decade. This was the first horror game that I saw when I was like 11, and I was like, I have to play this. I don't know what it was about this game. Something about this game really caught my attention. I was like, oh yeah, I really want to play this game. And it's crazy because there was a lot of horror games I had in my exposure, but I was always too afraid to play them. And it's funny, there's just something about this game that I wanted to play despite I knew the fact that it was going to scare the shit out of me. I was such a chicken shit when I was a kid. And I played it so much. Got the ModDB hoodie, the Hello Kitty suit, Afraid of Monster suit. 6 Simon, because we did that one ending, because we got ending 4. We got the commentary. Secret package so we can get ending 5. Nightmare mode. Book page 1. Nah, yeah. Book page 4. Doctor mode. I don't know if I want to do doctor mode. Doctor mode is a pain. Doctor mode is a huge pain in the ass, dude. It is a huge pain in the ass. But like God, doctor mode is going to take so much trial and error, and to be honest, I don't want to spend that much time longer on the game because I want to talk about some stuff in regards to the game itself. Not so much about, you know, what's happened and what's going on with Rumple, but more so just interpretations and all that stuff. Because, you know, I'm a huge fan of this game, and I've analyzed its story to insane degrees, like ever since I was a kid. You know, I'm 23, turning 24, and I first played this game when I was 12. I'm sorry. I must have first played this game when I was around 12 going 13. So I've been playing this game for a little, like, over 10 years. Or at least I've been infatuated with this game for the last 10 years. I've not played it as extensively as some other people. Like, if we go here, you know, I only got 120 hours. And that's not, while that might not be a lot to some people, that's a lot for a single-player game. That's a lot that's a lot for a linear single-player game, anyway. That's a lot for a very linear single-player game. Because you have games with, like, a lot of replay value, you know, like for example, Left 4 Dead 2 here. Like, I have 1,800 hours in this game. And that's because this game is forever changing and has so much replay value with it. And there's no one concrete way to play it. And it's always different every time you play through. Or, like, fucking, you know, or, like, you get a multiplayer game like Virtua Fighter. Or, you know, like Lethal Company, you know. But Cry of Fear is the same game whenever you come back to it. There's never nothing changes on each playthrough. There's no random generation or anything. The only thing that really changes is the passwords, really. The keypad passwords and all that stuff, those are the only things that change. But other than that, it's the same game every time you play. Nothing changes at all. So the fact that I put in this much time into a game that, you know, when you think about it, is super linear, it's the same every time, and to the point that you can basically play karaoke with everything. This is a lot of time. This is a lot of time to put into a single player game that never changes, you know? I know there's the co-op mode and there's the manhunt mode, obviously, and doctor mode, but the overall majority of this time was spent just playing the single player and just trying to beat the whole game as fast as possible. I wish, for some reason, I don't know what it is, y'all, Cry of Fear does not save to the cloud. It does not do well with cloud save, so sadly I don't have all my unlockables anymore. And I had everything. I had the fucking book, I had the FAMAS, I had, you know, the night vision, I had everything. I had every hoodie, I had everything at one point. You know, I went through that effort to do Nightmare in under 2 hours, you know, or in about 2 hours or so. I forgot what the limit was. It's been a long time. But I did go through that once upon a time. But I really want to I want to showcase a few things. So first off, I showed you guys some kill plixism earlier. Just alright, look at this. This is when he was going through it for the first time.
Why can't I move? What? Okay!
Yeah. And another one, John Wolf, Cry of Fear. We'll put on some John Wolf, but we'll put on. I'm gonna put this video on.
Thank God.
This is back when you used to go by Harshly Critical.
Dude, don't. You You've gotta be kidding me. Fuck! Fuck! Oh my god! Oh, fuck! 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 Where am I going? Ah! Ah, fuck! Where am I? There's a tape recorder. Ah! What? 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 What the hell is going on with this game? This is ridiculous. What? Ah! Go, go, go. Oh my god. Oh my god. That's... Ah! Fuck! What the fuck? Here I go. This is ridiculous. This was stupid. Oh my god. This is stupid. Where am I supposed to go? Oh shit! Ah! 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 Fuck! Fucking insane! Fuck! I'm slow! Ah! Ah! Oh, I'm sorry. Did you want to come in here? How come you can chainsaw through doors, but you can't chainsaw through this thing?
This is like, you know, this is funny because, you know, this is like, you know, they don't know that you don't need to sprint to get away from the saw runner. You can just, you know, just go at a light jog and you'll outrun him. Like he moves fast. He does run faster than you, but he needs to like take a minute to swing, and he has to stand still when he swings. So whenever he swings, even if you just go at a light jog, you know, you'll outpace him. Excuse me. Yep. Nah, that's literally how it is. Let's see. I want to see if we're gonna look at this. Like, man, this is yo, fuck it. Let's just. I want to show you this.
Holy frick!
I gotta show. I have to show y'all this video every time I put this. Every time I gotta talk about Cry of Fear. This was. I love this video so much.
Oh, you! Oh, yeah! Oh! God! Oh! Oh, yeah! Oh, jeez! What the frick? Oh my gosh! Oh, what the piss! Ah! Oh, oh, oh! Ah!
I love this right here.
What? Okay.
That was me earlier. We're playing the co-op.
Pretty freaking dark, man.
Oh my god!
Oh my god!
What is that?
But anyway. Oh, look, there I am, guys. Look, there I am. But anyway, so I want to talk about some things here. We're gonna look at all cutscenes, and we're gonna look at all cutscenes, and we are going to. Oh wait, guys, do you guys want to know something? Do you guys want to know something? I hope I can find this. So I apologize if this takes a minute. So, as the name implies, I'm a Doki Doki Literature Club fan. And in the Doki Doki Literature Club, we have something called, in the community, we have something called mods. And mods are essentially playable fan fiction, essentially. And people, because it all runs on the RenP engine, the visual novel engine. And so fucking hell. So we have what we call mods, and these are essentially playable fan fiction. People make up their own stories using the RenP engine, using the assets, the sprites of the girls, and people even go out of the way to make their own custom artwork, custom sprites, all that stuff. Really cool, extensive stuff. But anyway, I hope I can find this. There was a mod called Doki Doki Tropical Rain. It was, pretty cool story. Pretty cool story. I want to see if I can find this. Because this had. I gotta see if I can find this. Please tell me I can find it. Is this it? I gotta see if I can find. I am trying to find this. There was a crazy. I'm not kidding when I say there is a cry. I'm not kidding when I say there's a Cry of Fear reference in this fucking game. I am not shitting you. A really random Cry of Fear reference on there. Maybe one of these days I will play a Doki Doki Literature Club mod. One of these days I will. I don't know, because to be honest, I don't know how to feel about reading to y'all, because I don't know how interesting y'all would find it or anything like that. I want to see if I can find this shit, bruh. I want to see if I can find this, because It was when they were on. It was when they were on the fucking. It was when they were on like on the bus. It was when they were on the bus. Great. It was, archive through archive. You mean like archive our own AO3? Is that what you mean, Driven? Really trying to fucking find it, bro. Yeah, no. Okay, you want to know something? Yeah, look. Yeah, I got some right here. Nah, I live and breathe AO3 right now. I'm addicted. I'm gonna be real with you. Ah! All right. Look at this. This is when they get on the bus and look at what the main character says. Look at what the main character says, y'all. Look at back to the train. Sitting here like a fool. And like and he says, you're not a fool, we're on a bus and we're both standing. And I'll never forget, I played this mod like not even 3 days after it released, and I talked to the creator. I was like, yo, did you like, is that a fucking Cry of Fear reference? And he was so amazed that I even got that, because apparently a lot of people didn't catch that. A lot of people who played this mod did not catch the Cry of Fear reference at all. A lot of people did not catch that at the time. Man, oh my god, that was wow, that was so more than 3 years ago. Holy shit. No, I was like, Cry of Fear reference in my Doki Doki Literature Club mod? Anyway. So, no, I was really excited about that, you know. And Tropical Rain is also just a great mod. It tells a pretty great story, honestly. That'd be something. Anyway. So, I want to talk about this game, its story, my personal belief on interpretations, and all that stuff. And then I'll call it for the night, because it is 9 o'clock. But, so there is I want to talk about some of my favorite scenes in the game here, okay? I talked about this on my last stream, but I'll talk about it again. The scene with Sophie in general is a great scene in general. It is a great scene that, in my opinion, there's a lot to interpret with this on why Simon wrote it this way in the book, you know? There's a lot of things that could be inferred about this.
Police here.
Wow. Okay.
I'm glad you're here too. What the hell are you doing here? Shit. What the? Sophie?
Sophie?
What the hell are you doing here?
Oh, hi, Simon.
What? I don't understand anything now.
What is it that you don't understand?
What do you think? The whole fucking city is crawling with monsters, and suddenly you just turn up on these rooftops? What are you doing here? Are you hurt?
Oh, monsters? Simon, you're scaring me.
Scaring? Oh, what the fuck? This is just sick. Well, maybe it's just...
Let's talk about something else. How have you been?
I don't know. I'm just confused. You?
Not too bad, thank you. Better now that you're here.
Yeah. I'm glad you're here too, Sophie. I've been alone all this time.
I see. Sounds tough.
But what about yourself? Why are you here? Are you hiding up here from those things?
No. I really don't understand what you're talking about. I'm just thinking.
Thinking? Yeah, I've been doing a lot of that too. Do you remember how you got here?
I don't know.
No, because I woke up myself, but it was in an alley and... Wait, I can probably show you.
No. Hush, Simon. Can't we just sit here for a while?
Yeah. Sure.
Alright, so there's a lot you can just infer right here on this scene. Oh my, Simon wrote the scene like this in his book. Sophie is clearly a friend, a very close friend that he had during his school years, whenever that was. I don't know if it was through high school or through college or whatever, but excuse me. But it's clear that Sophie here, clearly in the real world, does not fully grasp or understand, or nor can she really relate to Simon's mental struggles, you know? Given, like, that she's just saying things like, I see, it sounds tough, you know? Like, she's acknowledging, you know, the way she says it like that, she's acknowledging that, you know, what he's going through, but she cannot offer anything more than condolences because it's impossible for her to understand or to relate. But nor is it really Sophie's job to, like, play therapist or anything like that. It's clear that Simon would probably just vent or trauma dump or whatever you want to call it, whatever you like. He probably does both, to be honest. And about, like, whatever he's feeling, whatever he's going through, and she would probably try her best, but it doesn't really come to much fruition, her attempts, really, because she just can't grasp this, you know? It's not even that Sophie didn't give him importance. I wouldn't say that. It's more so showing Simon is kind of depicting how even in the person that he holds, even in with one of the people that he clearly holds closest to him, but even with somebody like that, somebody who he holds close to him, like Sophie, he still feels alone. He still feels alienated. He still feels misunderstood. He still feels outcasted. And that's not really his or Sophie's fault or really anybody else's fault, you know? And, you know, her saying she doesn't know about the monsters. She doesn't see them or anything like that. That's just Simon. That could be Simon depicting on just how that all the monsters that Simon sees are really just in his head. These are his mental demons. This is his anguish. And Sophie can't see it as somebody who, at least in comparison to him, is relatively fine. She doesn't have to go through these same mental struggles as he does. But the thing is that I very, 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 very much believe that, unfortunately, by being around Simon has unintentionally afflicted mental trauma on Sophie that she has to learn to cope with. You know, obviously, like, you know, if we're going off of ending 4, That's obviously what Simon didn't want to happen, but it happened. It's the thing that sucks. The shitty thing about being somebody who is consistently in a dark place is that energy will rub off on you, and it will affect you, you know. Because trust me, I've been there. I've been there, you know, with somebody who, you know, was going through, like, I can't even say they were going through a period. Like, they were going through just, I can't put it into words, the length of time and the dark place that their mind went to, and being there for them during that time. You doing what you can to be there for them, to be supportive, to be comforting, but that's all you can really do. That's all, unless you're a trained professional, all you can really do is be there for somebody, you know? You can't make the roller coaster ride less hectic. You can't make the loops. You can't remove the loop-de-loops. You can't remove all the tangled tracks or anything like that. You can't remedy any of that. All you can do is just make the ride a little bit more comfortable for them, but you're on the ride too with them. That's the best way to put it. And that's all you really can do. As somebody who is not a qualified doctor and anything like that, it's you know, someone who has a lot more understanding and a lot more schooling and a lot more knowledge on these things, because these people, psychiatrists, psychologists, and all that stuff, they know these things. They know at least what can work generally to tackle these certain issues. But it's also just so complicated because people are complicated. What works for one person to treat their illness does not work the same for another. That's why for some people, antidepressants can make them feel worse, or for some people, it generally just makes them feel better in time. It's so... And the thing is that it's so risky, because somebody in this dark place can be a danger to themselves or to other people, you know? But being around somebody who is in that really, 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 really dark place, being around somebody who is consistently in that dark place takes a toll on you. It takes a toll on you, and that's what I'm looking for. Sorry. I just want to get some music in for when I yap. Sorry about that. So, it takes a toll on you. That negativity, that darkness, that will rub off on you. It will taint your mind as well. And yeah, it, especially as it will negatively affect you. And hell, look, I'm not going to disclose what I've been through and all that stuff, but just like everybody else on this planet, I have been through some very, 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 very difficult times, and I'm only 23, so there is even more difficult times ahead of me, and there's going to be a lot more difficult times ahead of you, like, you know, the people watching this. So no, yeah. Like, no, I do know that, Chris. I learned to do that a long time ago, thankfully. But because sometimes what can happen is that you yourself can give yourself a bit of a hero complex, if you will. Because what happens when you give yourself a hero complex, ultimately, is that, Like, what happens when you give yourself a bit of a hero complex is that you start to use their weakness as your strength. That you feel like you need to be there for them at all times, because otherwise, because when the other person, because you start, like, you know, wanting them, you will start subconsciously kind of wanting them to be weak, or getting comfortable to them being weak and all that stuff. So that, and you develop this hero complex, like you need to be there to protect them, or to you know, and all that stuff, because it justifies your time. That's it. Because you feel like if you're not doing this for them, then why are you even here? And that's really just codependency, you know? That's just a toxic codependent relationship. And that is quite the predicament to be in. So that person's negativity can become a negative for you in so many ways, whether it starts mentally draining you and it starts mentally affecting you, and maybe they're behaving in ways that will actually traumatize you, or you will use their darkness to give yourself purpose, and you need them to be in that dark place in order to justify even being around them. There's a lot of ways that could transform. So what I'm looking for. But I want to dive a bit more into something here, though. But I think that's just kind of the relationship that Sophie and Simon had. I don't think Sophie had the toxic mindset of that they needed Simon to be weak to justify her time. I don't think that's what happened at all. I think what happened is that Simon is clearly very much a very, very mentally unstable person, and has probably lashed out and done a bunch of other things unpredictably, and Sophie took the brunt of it. And clearly, from what we know in ending 4, when he apologizes for the pain he's caused her, and he says that he could see the damage he's caused in her eyes, I think that's what happened. And Simon realizes that, and clearly, like, I think his doctors are right. The visits are too destabilizing, because he is very regretful of that. And that's, like, you know, one of those things that he wishes he could take back, along with, you know, taking the lives of the officers. So anyway, let's see. But I think
Unbearable.
I think this scene
You're
right
a
here.
cute guy, Simon.
This scene right here,
I guess I helped you
where
because I
Simon
liked you.
confesses
You were one of the prettiest girls at school, and
his liking to Sophie.
I don't know. I
think this is a big
guess
scene,
I wanted to
because I think this is Simon righting a wrong that he
but
did
I
in real
think
life.
I could if we got to know each other better. You're so beautiful, Sophie.
Why haven't you said anything?
I never.
There could be a variety of reasons, actually. There could be a variety of reasons this scene could be interpreted depending on what ending you get. If you were going to go on ending 4, Simon confessing to Sophie here could be him trying to internally right a wrong of his past, because we see how he confessed to Sophie. We see how he confessed to Sophie, and it was really ugly. And to be honest, there's nothing to infer that image, that flashback, that memory of what actually happened in the real world was even the first time. Because I think it's very plausible for someone like Simon to think that he needs to be with Sophie in order to be mentally okay and all that stuff before the in the days, you know, in the time before the accident and all that stuff. So he could be desperate. thinking that this could be the key to at least, you know, being happy and all that stuff. And so he becomes desperate and is probably holding out, like, you know, trying to get with her probably more times than one. But that's just a theory. But that is something that I think would be plausible for someone of Simon's mental state. But yeah, he's desperate. And here, this could be interpreted as so many ways depending on what ending you get. Because I wanna pull up another tab for the endings. Just for the endings. So, oh, excuse me. Anyway, so I think on the basis of ending 4, where he moves on, where he accepts what happened with Sophie. I think, you know, I think in the ending 4, where he accepts what happened with Sophie and learns to trust his doctor, this is him kind of internally righting a wrong of his past. He is writing a confessional, or he's doing the confession thing all over again in his mind, and he's trying to right a wrong where he's trying to just envision a world and like reflecting on how he could have handled it better, you know? This is him probably just reflecting and writing a world in which he thinks that he could have done this better. Because here's the thing.
Sophie.
Simon, let me go.
I love you, Sophie.
I have to leave. Please.
I fucking love
you. Just let me go, Simon.
Chris, I don't think there's any way that the confession scene would be before the one in reality, because we are playing Simon's book, and he only writes the book after being in the accident. So what we're playing is Simon's story that he's writing down. So, and obviously we're getting bits of memory of what actually happened for real to compare it to, and. So I think, if what we're playing is Simon's book, then this confession scene is how it happened in the book, and that means that this right here had to come afterwards. He's not in the wheelchair or anything. So I think what happened
Simon,
here is that this.
Let me go.
I love you, Sophie.
I have to leave. Please.
I fucking love you.
Just let me go, Simon.
So I'm going to be honest with you. This right here, I don't think this is how he confessed. At least, I don't think this is how he... I think there's more to this. I think there was a prelude to this. I think that he probably, was talking to her beforehand, just a little bit, and then he confessed, and then she probably did say the things that she said in the scene. I only thought of you as just a friend, nothing more, and all that stuff. And then she, clearly uncomfortable, tried to walk away and, tried to let it sit and all that stuff. And Simon here got desperate, which is why he started, and so he acted
Simon,
like this.
Let me go.
I love you, Sophie.
I have to leave. Please.
I fucking love you.
Just let me go, Simon.
I think that's what happened. I think the whole, Simon probably started off small, or, with the confession and all that stuff. And then she said that, I always thought of you as just a friend, nothing more, like she said on the rooftop in Simon's book. But this is how Simon responded to that. I think this is how the real Simon responded to that. So, anyway. So, Sophie
But I-
jumping off of the rooftop here.
Wait a sec.
This,
You mean-
oh wait, I forgot that. Wait, before I actually get onto that part, in ending 2, where Simon kills Sophie in the real world, but spares his doctor, trusts his doctor, and all that stuff. Simon in ending 2 kind of sounds like he's like going full, going full incel. You know what I mean? It does kind of sound like he's going like full incel.
To whoever is reading this, I'm hopefully dead. I just couldn't live this life anymore. My paralyzed legs made me worthless, and I felt like an outsider ever since the accident. Anxiety and depression controlled my life, and there was no way out of this bottomless pit. My friends looked right past me. My family abandoned me. Nobody wants a cripple, especially one that would need your help. Fucking worthless. The only person that ever tried to help me was my doctor. He tried a lot. He is the only reason this book exists. Writing it has helped me put things into perspective, I think. But in the end, it hasn't really changed anything for me. I still felt like shit. I was still all alone in solitude. Pernell, if you're reading this, I'm sorry. There were no choices left. I made up my mind. Not everyone can be saved. I had to end my life. And I had to take my special person with me. Sophie. I wanted to keep her with me. I wanted to keep her all for myself. I hope her body is rotting away when you find her. This is my conclusion. This is my end. Farewell, everyone.
So, there's a lot that can be inferred on this. Because I like to, because I always say Simon did go, like, that I always say that Simon did go kind of full incel. And I like to think that probably with this scene, if we're going like Simon not getting over Sophie, because his reason, as I said before, his reasons for killing Sophie in ending 1 and ending 2 are very different. They're very, very different. In ending 1, where he kills both Pernell and Sophie, he deems them as fake, as liars, as people who are laughing at him behind his mask, the people who never cared about him and only wanted to see him suffer and all that stuff. And this is his way of getting revenge. But in ending 2, his motivations were just the fact that he never got over Sophie rejecting him and not wanting to be his life partner and all that stuff, and decided that if I can't have her, then nobody else can. That's what he decided. And so, this scene right here could be Simon, in his mind, thinking that this is how the confession went, and the way that he handled it in the book is how he thinks he handled it in real life. Because he hands it with relative grace in here. Obviously, he's, upset. You don't confess to somebody and want them to want them to reject you. Nobody does that, obviously, if you confess your love to somebody, you want them to say yes. You want them to reciprocate as well. But but Book Simon here, and like, you know, handles it with a lot more grace. And if we're gonna go off at ending 2, if we're gonna let ending 2 influence how this scene is interpreted, it could be interpreted as him thinking this is how he handled getting rejected IRL, and like, and thinking that I'm such a nice guy and all that stuff. Look at me, I'm cool. I handled getting rejected and all that stuff. But clearly he didn't. He got rejected. He had a meltdown over it, and like, you know, got desperate and like made her even more uncomfortable and all that stuff. And he kills her over it in ending 2. You know, if he can't get over it. So, the carcass fight is... So there's a lot of interpretations for Sophie jumping off of the rooftop.
No!
It's hard for me to say what is the exact interpretation to have for Sophie jumping off of the rooftop to her demise. And a lot of people say that it could be... A lot of people think that, you know, it's Simon kind of conveying how he felt when he got rejected. That is, that it felt like something close to him died, essentially. That his relationship with Sophie is died. It's damaged. It's, you know, all that stuff. And it could definitely be that. It could also be how much Simon's deteriorating mental state has also negatively affected her and probably pushed her away, and probably pushed other people away as well. That, yeah, it can only be seen, like,
Sophie.
Either way you look at it, it could be seen as the end of a relationship of some kind.
This
Obviously the end of a friendship.
This isn't making any sense.
And this right here.
Was it you who made her do it? Why? Why? You sick fuck!
So, yeah, I think Carcass is absolutely a reflection of himself. It's Simon coming to face with the damage that he has caused her, and like, or at least this is Simon, like, you know, like, this is Simon coming to face with the damage head on that he's caused Sophie, and by killing Carcass, he learns to overcome it, to accept it, and all that stuff. Well, I wouldn't say overcome it. He clearly doesn't overcome it. He doesn't overcome it at all, like, even by chapter 4, because he keeps profusely apologizing for the damage he's caused. So, and the thing is that when he profusely apologizes to Sophie during her visits about the pain he's caused her, he's clearly not gotten over it. And to be honest, that's not something you can just get over. But what separates that really is just, like, it's the fact that he still feels the need to profusely apologize as if that fixes anything, or as if it means to anything. And like, so he just doesn't get over it, but however, he doesn't lash out. He doesn't kill, he doesn't lash out, he doesn't do anything like that. It really sets a precedent that he accepts it, but he needs to learn how to cope with it and how to live with it. That's really what it is here. Because when he's apologizing to Sophie profusely in the hospital, he's not really apologizing to her, nor is he really apologizing, nor do I think he's really apologizing for her to say it's okay and all that stuff. More so, he wants that validation himself. He is apologizing for himself. And he wants that to be acknowledged. He thinks by Sophie, he probably thinks that by Sophie acknowledging the pain that he has caused is like, you know, just like, he probably thinks that's what needs to happen in order for him to move on. But the thing is, neither of that is the case. Neither of that is true. Neither of that will even help him. If anything, it could actually make it worse. It could make his his attempts to overcome that and to move on even worse. Because like what does Simon gain if Sophie just goes, "You're right, you did cause me all this trouble. You know, I'm traumatized and all that stuff because of you and all that." What does he gain from being told that? Especially because in an environment like that where he should not be put down. Because Simon probably thinks that he deserves to be put down and all that stuff from the damage that he's caused, and he thinks that it would be right for Sophie to do the same and to do it to her. I mean, to him. I'm sorry, but he gains nothing by that confirmation, by that validation, or anything like that. It could actually make him worse. And it's clear from ending 4 though that Sophie obviously still isn't sure how to tackle it, because she just plays it off and says, "Oh, stop being so silly," and all that stuff. But when she could, when somebody else, or like when she could probably be like, acknowledge it, but understand that, but also convey that what's done is done, and we can go on from that. So, but yeah. Let's see. Give me a second, chat. I need to use the bathroom. I need to use the bathroom. chat. Sorry it took so long. Anyway. But yeah, Chris, what you said, to want something that you're not able to admit you can't handle. That's a perfect way of putting it. That is a perfect way of putting it. And as I was saying here, the doctor shooting the person on the subway, I think, is a good indication of Simon's hesitancy to trust Dr. Purnell. You know, it is. I think he probably has heard something about Purnell, maybe doing a not so great job with a previous patient or anything like that. And I think that's what it is. When he's like seeing the person that Purnell shot is probably somebody like a past patient that Purnell probably wasn't the best with, or that was generally unsuccessful with, regardless if it was his fault or not. But that'll be enough for Simon to get that information and be like, I don't know what this is. I don't know if I should trust this guy. It's already hard enough to trust a therapist or anything like that, because you're, at the end of the day, medical professional or not, you are trusting a stranger. You are trusting a stranger, and that's very difficult. Even when you have the whole confidentiality thing, the credentials and so on and so forth. So, and all it takes is a testimony or from somebody else, to kind of give you some reservations on things. And so this leaves Simon, confused right here. It books Simon particularly confused because he sees somebody get shot and killed who doesn't look like which according to book Simon does not look like the monsters around. So this could be like an ordinary person that Dr. Purnell just killed. And then he follows him thinking like, oh man, he's dangerous and all that stuff. But he goes and he sees Purnell left shit for him to help him out. So real Simon could be like, hearing this it's like real Simon hearing this information about maybe a past patient or someone like that did not have a good experience with Purnell, but yet Purnell is here wanting to help Simon, recommending the book, recommending the cognitive therapy, the book and the treatment and all that stuff. And this is basically that is reflected in this right here on inside the game's story. And also this right here.
He always goes back to the same place day after day, just watching it like it was yesterday. Despite the fact that it causes him tremendous anxiety, he insists on returning. He insists it's for therapeutic reasons, but I remain skeptical. He doesn't respond.
Saturn, have a good night. And thank you for stopping by. I have a lot more to say on this, and the VOD will be up, on the YouTube channel. So if you want to, see any more shit I have to say, then go ahead and check it out. The VOD will be up. But you have yourself a good night.
Discussing these feelings and anxieties. He told me the other day that he'd been seeing hallucinations, but couldn't give a clear description of what he'd been seeing. Naturally, I didn't take him seriously. I saw no evidence to suggest this was the case, but upped his prescription anyway. He claims the extra medication helps.
Yes.
Anyway. So yeah.
He insists.
So this is a thing that you will probably see a lot with trauma victims in some way, shape, or form. In that a lot of them will talk about what they went through, revisit what they went through, and all that stuff. In Simon, or at least in Simon's case here, he is revisiting the day, the black day, the day he got hit by the car, the day he lost his ability to walk, and so on and so forth. He views it as the day where everything. He views it as the day where everything went wrong. Everything that possibly could have went wrong happened on this day. Everything negative that he's feeling is because of this day. That's probably how real Simon views it. And he keeps thinking that if he goes back to this day and, like, you know, just talk about it, reflect on it, and so on and so forth, that it's going to help him out. But all it's really going to do is that it's going to, the weight of it is going to continue to bear on him. It's going to get the fact of that he got hit by a car for unknown reasons. We don't know if the person that on the floor was actually actually needed help, or was this a coordinated attack or anything like that. We don't know the reasons or the motives for why Simon got hit by the car. We just know that he got hit by the car, and now he is permanently, like, you know, he's permanently in a wheelchair because of it. And this is Simon probably views this as, you know, everything wrong that is happening in my life right now is because of this day. When in reality, Simon has had a multitude of problems prior to the accident. And Purnell knows this. Purnell can see this. Purnell, like, you know, obviously can infer this in the next scene, that Simon is a very deeply troubled incident who had mental issues even prior to the accident. And Simon views it as, this is why I'm like this. This accident is why I'm like this. Whereas Purnell can see that this was really just the nail in the coffin. The accident, it was the nail in the coffin, but he could tell that Simon has had a history of this stuff. And so Simon is very deflective about home life, school life, and experiences and all that stuff that happened prior, because he doesn't want to think about that. He doesn't want to know that he's actually always been fucked up. He doesn't want to confront that. You know, he just wants to blame it on this one day. So because he thinks that if he could blame it on this one thing, he'd be able to tackle it, and then he'd be able to be better like that. But that's not true in the slightest. Purnell is trying to reach for the root cause of this, but Simon is not letting him. Simon, like, probably, you know, deep in their knows that there have been so many things that have happened prior to that have messed them up, but he doesn't want to confront that. It's so much easier to blame it on one thing in life for why you're struggling on a certain thing or not. And you think that if you can just blame it on this one thing, you'd be able to tackle it and to solve it, and bam, just like that, you're fixed. No more mental issues or anything like that. But, you know, that's couldn't be any further from the truth. We wish life could be that simple. We wish we could just blame it on one person, one event, and all that. But it's a multitude of things that nobody could foresee. And Purnell, as his doctor, kind of has, like, as I said, he becomes extremely angry when mentioning the events, because, as I said, that just means that Simon has to tackle this stuff. He has to confirm this, and Simon doesn't want to confirm that he's fucked up, or that, you know, that he's a fucked up person. He doesn't want to confirm that he's always been a fucked up person, that he has things wrong with him. Well, yeah, I think, the thing is, both are very plausible as well. Both are very plausible. Because there's also a good chance that Simon... There's a good chance that Simon probably doesn't really have anybody else around him that he can relate to when it comes to mental struggles and all that stuff. So he feels alone. He feels outcast. He feels like he doesn't belong because of it. And, like, where I'm going with that is that, so whatever Simon felt throughout his life is probably normal to him. It's normal to him. It's not out of the ordinary. Nothing's odd or strange or anything like that to him. So if he goes through that, only feeling that, and nothing to really relate to, nothing else, he probably, if that's what he calls normal, so something like this would be abnormal to the highest of degree. He can't get he thinks that so I definitely do think he thinks that by tackling the Black Day, as he calls it, it would somehow help him out be the key to his issues. And he keeps tackling because he can't get over it. He can't get it. Like if you were walking your whole life and all of a sudden you couldn't, you would probably never be able to get over that either, you know?
Live but no go topics when discussing these feelings and anxieties. He told me the other day that he'd been seeing...
And Purnell here kind of has his hands tied behind his back because Purnell wants to help Simon, but Simon needs to let Purnell, he needs to help Purnell help him. And Simon is being deflective. He is not really, like, you know, giving him any ammunition or anything to work with so that way he could help Simon tackle his demons head on. And and so when Simon says that he wants to, so we'd have to see Simon, like, Simon asked for more medication. Purnell is obviously skeptical. He thinks that he obviously, like, you know, probably suspects that Simon is asking for more medication because Simon is probably liking how the pharmaceutical drugs make him feel and all that stuff, and that's like Simon's probably getting addicted to it or wherever it is, you know, like in the sense that like whatever he feels when he's not taking them is absolutely horrible and he can't cope with it. So he wants the medication, and now all of a sudden maybe the medication isn't working for him as well anymore. So that's why he's all like, I want a stronger dose, you know, like this is what I need to feel more of this and all that, which is a real thing that people do and people feel and all that stuff. And Purnell isn't really sure what to do. He doesn't have a lot to work with or anything like that. And so Purnell probably feels like his hands are tied behind his back, that he doesn't know what to do, and so he just gives in to his demands anyway. Whether that was a good thing to do or not, I can't say. But Purnell was not left with much options. Because the consequences of both could be drastic. The consequences of not furthering, like, the not giving him extra medication or doing it could have been drastic.
Extra medication helps.
From the waist down, however, there is no nervous even prior to the accident.
Let's see. Let's see if I could, if it's Simon refusing to move on. Yeah, no, that's the thing. Both are too. If we can also infer that the person that Purnell shot could have been a past patient that didn't work out with Purnell and all that stuff for one reason or another, it's also very possible that that could have been a past patient that the dude that Purnell decapitated as well. Those could have been bad experiences with prior patients prior to Simon as well, that Simon caught wind about. Unfortunately, we're not given a lot to work with, but that's also kind of the point, is that we're just here to speculate these things. And I can only really speculate much from Simon's standpoint. Past patients that ended their own lives, or, like, it could be that they ended their own lives, or, you know, or like somehow, like, they got, like, just word of mouth, you know, like just something passed around through word of mouth, whether that be a patient who unfortunately, you know, just took themselves out of this plane of existence, or maybe that patient spreading the word around saying that this doctor sucks and all that. And the thing is, who knows how many patients Purnell went through? Because the thing is that we don't know how many patients Purnell has had. Those could have been two bad, reviews, bad experiences or whatever, out of a dozen or something like that. I don't know. Like, Purnell looks like an older guy who has probably been in the field for a very long time and has probably worked with a lot of people, and sometimes I'm sure like a lot of us have done this. I'm sure a lot of us have done this where like this is like probably not like the best comparison, but how many times have you tried to go shopping for something, right? You needed something, right? You needed like a certain item or whatever, and you see all these options of the same item, right? You see one thing, it has a lot of good reviews, right? It has a lot of, but all the reviews are like very brief. All the reviews that say the product is good are like very brief, or they don't even add any context or anything at all. And then you find like one or two like reviews that give it a really bad review, and it has insane amounts of detail with photos and all that stuff, that really makes it damning. Like, oh man, this actually might be a shit product. Like, I might get the shit end of the stick here. And then now you're a little hesitant to buy that thing. And the thing is that isn't really too different from things like, and while I'm talking about like shopping for trivial things like appliances and all that stuff, that is still a very real thing with medicinal stuff, whether that be certain drugs for treatment, certain surgery procedures, and all that stuff. Because we get fixated on the bad. We really do get fixated on the bad things in life. Because we could hear about like a drug like that could I don't know, like a drug that for like a drug for weight loss, or a surgical procedure for weight loss or anything like that, like, or drugs for mental health, drugs to help with your plaque psoriasis and all that stuff. And what happens is that you'll hear overwhelming good experiences, but then you'll hear somebody who got fucked over really hard from a procedure or something like that. And the thing is that we are far more deterred because it's medicinal, because it's a medical procedure, a medical drug, or anything like that. Because if you buy a bad product, you got a shit product, but you can throw it away, you can return it, you can replace it, or anything like that. But if it's like a surgery, a drug that can alter your the chemical balance in your brain or anything like that, there's a lot more at stake if something goes wrong. So even if the success rate is an overwhelming majority, people get scared of that very small minority that can mess up, because it is a non-0% chance. It is not, because the percentage chance of it going bad is not zero. People get really scared of that percentage. Word of mouth in small cities goes around pretty quickly. Doctors easily become famous or infamous, and no, absolutely. Like, it doesn't even here's the thing too, is that it doesn't even have to be small cities either, Chris. It just needs to be like a neighborhood, a small village or whatever, it because you can get a big place, like a big city, like what's a big city? I don't know, San Francisco or something, right? San Francisco, Los Angeles, or whatever. These are really big cities, really big places, some of these cities there are some U.S. cities that are bigger than states or provinces in other countries, whatever you want to call them. And then so all of these have their like their boroughs, their neighborhoods, and all that stuff, and all these places probably have like local doctors to access to. You know, there's a reason why you go driving and then you will see a place that does dental work in the same fucking plaza as like a Mexican restaurant, like like and if you just live around that area, that's your dentist. That's your dentist that you go to. That's your dentist that you know that is accessible to you and all that stuff. And so that dentist in that small ass plaza in that neighborhood around that area or whatever, like people start spreading around word of mouth about the dentist on whether that dentist is shit, that dentist is good, or anything like that. That could happen even in a big city. It just depends on the area and how localized it is, how much people interact and talk with each other and so on and so forth. And especially in the age of the internet, it's even what's the word I'm looking for? It's even more prevalent because this assuming the game takes place around I don't know when it takes place, but it clearly does take place around the time of the internet. I'm gonna guess that this probably takes place in the late 2000s or anything like that. Just looking at Simon's phone and all that stuff, because Simon's phone is pretty old, you know. I don't know when Cry Fear takes place, but it looks like it takes place even before 2012 when the game came out. And you could search, for the longest time, you've been able to just search up doctors' names and, find stuff about them, find info about them and all that stuff. So it's also something that Simon could have done as well. He could have looked up info and read up about the doctor that he is being assigned to and, hearing some of these bad things and now is, very skeptical of him. And really it all comes down to a boil on whether Simon is able to accept the damage that he's done with Sophie and being able to trust his doctor, because as I said, Purnell looks older. Purnell's probably had dozens of patients, probably has had a lot of patients before Simon where things have generally worked out. Obviously you can't cure a patient, you can't cure someone of their mental illness or anything like that. You can only really help them live with it. But there have probably been a lot of people who have had pretty good, decent to great experiences with Purnell overall, and has thought that he has been helpful, and Simon could just be another one of those, because it'd be really crazy to me if those two people that Purnell killed in Simon's book are past patients that Purnell has had who he had a really bad experience with. Because you know how crazy it would be if those were patients that Purnell had a really horrible experience with and they fell off the deep end. Those patients, aren't alive anymore and all that stuff. And somehow he struck, I'm not going to say he struck gold with Simon, but clearly in ending 4, it worked out with Simon. It's working out with Simon for the most part. Or at least there's some progress that is definitely being made there. So it doesn't make sense for Purnell to have a majority bad record, but somehow be doing decently with Simon, in my opinion. I think it makes a lot more sense if Purnell has actually had generally a good experience with with patients, or patients have had a generally good experience with him. But obviously you can't, no matter what profession you're in, there's going to be somebody that you're giving services to that aren't going to like what you're doing, that you aren't going to jive with and all that stuff and so on and so forth. For example, you could be working in retail and just talking with people, you could be working in retail, talking with people, talking to customers and all that stuff, serving them or whatever, and there's going to be somebody who's going to have a problem with you, for some reason. They could not like how you say things, how you word things, how you phrase things, attitude, or so on and so forth. Because, for example, you could be somebody who probably has a more dead voice. There are people who have more dead voices, who probably sound annoyed, but they're not annoyed. That's just how their natural voice sounds. And then a customer will think you have an attitude problem. Even though that's just how you sound. They don't know anything about you or anything like that. Like, they probably just think you have an attitude problem, even though that's just how you sound. That's you being neutral or anything like that. And there's going to be a plethora of people who either get it, that that's sometimes just how you sound, that some people just sound naturally annoyed, but they're not annoyed, and so on and so forth. It's complicated. People are very complicated. That's just really it. But anyway, but that's really just what I want, like, I kind of wanted to dive into for the main story. I'm not going to really dive into the story of the co-op or Manhunt, because, I don't know, it's, like, it's very weird, and it doesn't really make, none of it really makes much sense to me at all. Yeah, none of it makes any sense to me on, like, how to, on trying to fit it. I know they're all non-canon, but still, like, they're put in there for a reason. They're put in to try to fit in with the story in some way, canon or not. But I'm finding I always found it very hard to interpret how Manhunt and the co-op campaign and Dr. Mode are, like, supposed to fit into the story. You know, regardless if they're not canon. But that is just kind of the gist of it. I know I rambled a lot here. That's definitely, like, a very good way. And you know, the cool thing about this story is that that's not a wrong interpretation either. That is not a wrong interpretation either. Like, that is a very, very plausible one. I think also Simon reading up about Purnell probably is also very plausible. I think it's plausible that being in a small city, Simon's being in a small city, Simon probably heard something from maybe, like, a friend of his mom's, or you know, the apartment he lives in. He's probably heard something from his neighbors and all that stuff. It's also very plausible. There's a lot of reasons. There's a lot of ways that Simon could have heard things about Purnell, and that's if we interpret the patients if we interpret the two people that Purnell killed as past patients and all that stuff. And just another thing too, depending on the ending you get. Obviously, it's safe to say that this ending that you get,
I can try.
this could be interpreted in, like, two ways, depending on like if Simon in the real world kills Purnell or not. And that is and that is if Simon kills Purnell, this could be him just fantasizing about it. This could easily just be him, like, interpreted as fantasizing about it. Like, this could definitely be interpreted as him fantasizing about it, or even kind of talking about it, you know? Talking about what he just did. But at the same time, I like to think that... No, this might be really fucked up. Y'all. That right there. If Simon kills Purnell in the real world... Like... No, yeah, we'll get into that in a moment, Chris. I want to talk about about Simon killing Purnell in the real world. The fact that Simon wrote himself killing Purnell like this, I'd like to think that if Simon in the real world kills Purnell and he wrote himself killing Purnell like this, he is writing down how he wished he could have killed him, but he can't because he's in a wheelchair. I think that is like, if Simon kills Purnell in the real world, or at least it wants to, this is how he wishes he could do it, but he can't because he's in a wheelchair. And yeah, but if Simon learns to trust Purnell, This is, as you said, him ending this demonized image of Purnell. This he is learning to trust him. He is getting rid of the untrustworthy stranger and all that stuff, and he's overcoming that. It's symbolic, you know. It all of a sudden becomes from a fantasy to symbolic if he trusts him or not. You know, if he trusts him. At least that's my interpretation. You know, you could view it however you see fit. I like how I do it because Simon in endings 1 to 3 is really fucked up. Like, obviously he's so fucked up he's willing to go as far as to kill people. But yeah, I think this is definitely like, if he kills Purnell in the real world, I think this is him like just like writing down how he wishes he could do it or could have done it. You know, I like to think he probably wrote himself killing Purnell before he did it in the real world. But that's just my interpretation. I don't know. Like you know. Like, I wonder what you guys think about that. Like, that's a good way of doing it, too. Yeah, viewing Purnell as evil regardless. Because, yeah, this version of Purnell he foresees as evil. And so if he doesn't trust Purnell, he views this version as... exactly as you said. Not trusting means he is that image. It's reality, so it must be done in real life. That's a really good way of putting it, too. I still think you could kind of fit... I still think you probably could fit in my interpretation that he wrote himself... that if he wants to kill Purnell in the real world, he wrote it this way because he wishes he could kill him like this. Which... I think that would be crazy. I think that's how I would view it, you know. But that's a really good way of putting it. It's a really good way of putting it. But yeah, I love. I love this game. I really do love this game. Even though Rumpel himself is not a good person and honestly does not deserve any further support, and he will not get any support from me. What this game is and what it means to me is something that cannot be denied. It is still to this day probably the best free game ever. The best game that's actually like, you know, free. You know, the best game that's actually, you know, free. Not free with quotes, you know? So I think it was really fun to dive into this. And I do want to make this a video. I might include some moments of the stream, but I really want to write a script for this. I'm going to play the game in its entirety again off stream, with no audio or anything like that, and I'm gonna do scripted voice work and all that stuff. At least that's what I want to do, and all that. It might be a while before I do that. I know it's been a long time since my last upload, but I will be doing some other stuff. I will be planning more streams and all that stuff. But I think I can safely say I've tackled Cry of Fear. It was a lot of fun to go through this and, you know, have a discussion about it and so on and so forth. And you know, it's just revisiting a beloved game from my childhood. As fucked up as to say that this is a game from, you know, my childhood, but like it's kind of fucked up. Like a game like a kid should not have been playing this game. But anyway, but yeah, this is what you guys, you know, won. You know, you guys voted for this. And I hope it was really worth it. I really do hope it was worth it because I had a lot of fun with it. Even though, you know, there's some issues here and there, it was really great to tackle through this game once again. And I'm not quite done with it yet. So definitely expect like hopefully expect an actual video to come of this, you know. But I will run another poll. These 3 games might be in there again, maybe with another 4th one, or maybe it'll just be these 3. Maybe it'll just be these 3. But because these are all games that I love, these are all games that are very important to me, and so on and so forth. But I would also like to do some other things here and there. Maybe do a chill, casual Left 4 Dead stream every now and then. Maybe I can get Luna in one day. Not this weekend, but probably the weekend after. There's a lot to unpack here. There's a lot to do, and so on. I have a lot planned, and I hope I can get it done, and I hope y'all will be here for it. But for now, I hope y'all have a good morning, good afternoon, good evening, good night, wherever you are in the world. Thank you so much for, coming through, seeing the rest of this game through with me. The first stream is up, so if you want to see what you missed out on in the beginning of the game, because I gave a, analysis of things that were happening so far. Some of it was stuff that I did say now, but there could have been some things that I omitted or whatever, or forgot that I said. But either way, I'm Monica, and I'll be seeing you another time